Shit. Want to do me a favor? The door, you know that door that goes into where the TV studio is? So I have the 3 doors, one for the podcast, one for the classroom, one for the TV. Go in through the TV studio, go behind my desk, you'll see my lunch bag. On the side of my lunch bag is my cell phone.
Wait, in this TV or our room?
In our classroom.
Okay.
But the room to get it, the door I kept unlocked is the TV, is the TV studio.
Okay.
So if you can go in there, go in through that door, go behind my desk in the classroom, you'll see my Steelers lunch bag. On the side there's a pocket, has my cell phone in it. Can you grab it for me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Because I can't log in until I have that.
Discussed it already.
Why you discussed it already?
The videos got old.
Which ones? That's from, yeah, it's old videos. But still, they came out good. Huh? It will be in a second. She had to run up and grab my phone because I forgot. I don't know if you can or not. I'll be able to tell though because I'll have it on here. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Tell me it isn't going to connect today. Alright, we should be live. We are not live. Wonder why. Interesting. Yeah, don't have us live. How you like that? I don't know what that is. Yeah, it won't let me go live on Facebook. Apparently, they're having an issue. How do you like that? All right. Well. All right. All right. So let me go in here. I can't type today. What's that?
I need to show my sister.
All right. Hopefully now they should be able to get us. All right. So I posted on here, so they should be able to get to the link through that.
On YouTube.
Yeah. So we are live on YouTube. So that's us now. Live on YouTube.
Right now?
Yep, right now.
Oh. Oh.
All right, so let's get started here. So I want to welcome everybody on today. We are live streaming on YouTube on the Choffin Broadcasting channel. I'm the instructor here at Choffin, James Naples. Corinne McCauley to my left is one of my outstanding senior students. And we want to welcome everybody here to Market Day at Choffin Career and Technical Center, 200 East Wood Street, downtown Youngstown. If you get a chance, come on out and see what we have to offer here. Let me get it started by talking a little bit about Choffin here and what we have here. Choffin Career and Technical Center is a 2-year program for juniors and seniors in the Youngstown City School District. We equip students with the skills and certifications needed for success in a variety of in-demand career fields. It's a half-day program. Juniors come in the morning, seniors come in the afternoon, and it allows you to complete your academic coursework at your home school. So, Corinne, tell me, you're a senior, you're going to be graduating here. Tell me a little bit about what you've enjoyed in the classes that you've taken here at Choffin.
I really enjoy the podcasting. Well, that's the one I like so far. But I really want to do photography. But you still do that when you're a junior. You still do photography. You learn all the steps to that. But after that, you're gonna learn how to do podcasting. You're going in a TV station room. It's gonna be a lot of fun, honestly.
And so, you excited about graduating?
Yes.
Have you made any career future plans? Do you know what you want to do once you graduate?
Probably like videography. So I probably want to do YouTube
Okay.
and like photography as well. Probably I want to do. That's the two things I actually want to do. So
Okay. Well, here at Choffin, they offer 17 industry-specific programs that you can choose from. We've got UMed, we've got skilled trades. You know, we've got a wide variety of classes you can take, from audio and video broadcasting to game design to business entrepreneurship. And of course, like I said, we have our medical academies, your usual skilled trades, which would be, you know, your construction, your welding, um, cosmetology, those type of things. So, you know, if you're interested, if you're coming up in the Youngstown City School District and you're a freshman, or you know, you're a sophomore and you need to decide, come on out here to Choffin and see what we have to offer. We have quite a bit to offer students here in the district. So, and if you're not in our district and you want to open enroll, come on in. You know, we're taking people from outside the district as well that want to come here through open enrollment. We have a lot to offer students, so I hope that they come out and take advantage of what we have to offer here. So with that in mind, a couple other things I want to mention. Youngstown City School District is in need of bus drivers. They're looking to hire up to an additional 25 drivers. Wages start at $24 an hour, including benefits. If you need your CDL, Youngstown City School District can help with the training. Now, you must be 21, and you must be able to pass a drug and background check. If you are interested, give them a call at 330-744-6920. That's 330-744-6920. So if you want to be a bus driver, we definitely need them. Like I said, good starting wage, $24 an hour plus benefits. Make sure you give them a call and get signed up for that training today. You can be ready to go for the next school year. So, on to more of the entertaining stuff today. You know, let's talk a little bit about some of these movies coming out. I know the big topic right now of movies coming out is the one that just dropped, I believe it was last week, is Civil War.
oh, I heard you talking about that. I don't know what it is.
Have you had a chance to see it yet? No? I've actually seen this movie. It's kind of, it takes a look at the United States going into a civil war, but it looks at it more from a reporter's perspective.
Right.
So it doesn't look at it through the political viewpoint, especially being now that we're in such a charged political environment, right? It doesn't look at it from that viewpoint. It looks at it the viewpoint of a photographer that is basically on their way to Washington, D.C. because they want to interview the president.
Right.
And so they kind of look at it from that point of view and what that journey entails as they go through on their way to D.C. Very good movie. It is quite graphic, so please, if you're going to watch this movie at home, you might want to put the little ones to bed before you watch this movie because it is pretty graphic. Another movie that I just recently watched that I thought was really good was Monkey Man.
What?
Monkey Man. It was with Dev Patel. Do you know who Dev Patel is?
No.
The Indian actor. He's been in quite a bit of shows coming up. Very good movie. Jordan Peele was one of the executive producers on Monkey Man. It's based in India, and it's basically a young man who kind of sees the injustices going on around him, and is determined to kind of overcome those things. And he basically, it's one of those action movies where,
Is it?
you know, the guy fights his way to the top, right? So it's a pretty good movie. I'd recommend it to anybody. You know, if you like action, it's a good movie to watch. We get into horror films. The First Omen. I haven't seen that one yet. The First Omen. It just came out. It's brand new. Very interesting. You know, I'm a horror movie. My wife's a huge horror movie fan. So we'll definitely be watching that one at home. Godflix. Geez, I'm off topic today. Godzilla and King Kong.
Oh, that new one?
The new one.
Yeah.
Very, very good movie. You know, I watched that one as well recently. I thought it was done very well, and of course they followed the sequel of the movies that they've come out. Um, the previous Godzilla vs Kong and all that. They've kind of followed those, and they've done a good job of every time they come out with a new sequel, right? It kind of builds upon the last one, and they've done a good job with that on this one. Um, some of these other movies I haven't seen. Maybe you can fill me in. Unsung Hero. You ever heard of that one? I haven't heard of that one either.
All like new, like
Yeah, these are all like new movies. How about the movie Abigail? Have you heard of that one? I haven't heard of that one
That's
either.
scary movie?
It's a new one. It's a horror movie. Yeah, yeah. And then they got some comedies: Wicked Little Letters, The Long Game, which is a historical drama. Sasquatch Sunset. It says it's a comedy, so I don't know if it's about maybe people going to hunt Sasquatch. I don't know. Haven't seen that one yet. The other one that I'm interested in seeing here is Boy Kills World, action movie. Bill Skarsgård. For those of you who don't know, the Skarsgård family. Stellan Skarsgård, the actor, had a huge brood of kids. And so he's got, Stellan's got Alexander Skarsgård, Bill Skarsgård, and there's a whole wide group of Skarsgårds that act. And of course, Bill Skarsgård is one of the younger ones, and he's in that new movie, Boy Kills World. Looks very good from the trailers I've seen. Haven't gotten a chance to watch the whole thing, but it does look good. Another one that looks good is the new Samuel L. Jackson movie, Damaged. It's a crime drama. It just came out. I'm a huge fan of Samuel L. Jackson. Love his movies. That's going back to his days of, Pulp Fiction, the Quentin Tarantino classic. And he's been in quite a big array of. Oh, excuse me. He's been quite an array of big movies, right? Always a fan of him. Morgan Freeman's another one I'm a huge fan of. I just love those guys. They're great actors. The Crow. We have a remake of The Crow. Yeah. So you're a little bit younger, so you may not know this. There was an original Crow movie that came back out when I was younger, and it starred Brandon Lee, who was the son of Bruce Lee. And he was actually killed on the set of that movie. So now they've come out with a remake of The Crow. Kind of interested to see what it looks like, see how it plays out compared to the original. So we'll be looking forward to that.
What about Bad Boys? Is that what's called?
Which one?
Bad Boys.
Yeah, there's another Bad Boys coming out. I think that won't come out probably until middle of summer.
Oh.
Some of these other ones coming out, Hard Miles, that's a drama. Leroy, Texas, says it's a dark comedy. There's quite a few movies coming out. John Travolta's got a new movie called Cash Out coming out. Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead, remake of that classic movie from back when I was young. That's a remake. Definitely some good movies coming out. A lot of horror, some horror movies. There's one called Bloodline Killer. It's a horror movie. Looks like it could be one of those B movies where they don't really show any named actors because there aren't any, right? But you never know. Sometimes those B movies can turn out to be pretty good. So we won't knock it until we've seen it. But yeah, there's, like I said, huge list of movies coming out. We got this huge list that we kind of went off of. Definitely going to be some good stuff coming out here. I look forward to some of these movies. Is there any other movies that you look forward to?
Bad Boys.
Bad Boys?
Yeah.
Will Smith fan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There's rumor that they're working on another I Am Legend movie. You remember that one? That was the one where he was based in New York City, and he only had the dog, the German Shepherd, with him.
And it was like deserted.
Yeah, it was like the apocalypse. Yeah. So they're talking about another I Am Legend movie. So that would be. I think that would be great. The first one was, obviously fantastic movie. So definitely interested in that one. So, anything you want to talk about while we're live streaming here? And no, we're over here live streaming.
Daria, get a chair.
Huh? No, us. Yeah, we got 5.5 hours worth of stuff to live stream. But if you want to come over later and talk about your program, you can come sit down next to me and we can have a discussion. Sound good? All right. 'Cause I'll be moving students in and out, and I'll be doing some by myself, and so awesome. So I just want to let everybody know out there, we are here at Choffin Career and Technical Center. It is market day. We've got students all over the place highlighting what we do here at Choffin. We have everything from cosmetology, early childhood development. We've got culinary. We've got game design. We've got music recording. I mean, you name it, we've got it here. So stop out here at Choffin Career and Technical Center. Come on out, see what we have to offer today. It's just a great time. We'll be here till 2 o'clock. So make sure you come out and see us. And if you're out there and you want to stop in, say hi, stop in, say hi. It's going to be a fun day. We're going to talk some NBA playoffs coming up here. We're going to talk NFL Draft Day 1. That was huge yesterday. A lot of us were up late watching the draft, especially if you were a Steelers fan. We didn't pick till 20, so we had to wait a little while to get our pick in. 49ers fans had to wait a little bit longer. They were second to the last pick. So, it was crazy night in the draft. We saw some things happen that we didn't think would happen. 14 offensive players go before we see the first defender go. So we'll discuss all of that a little bit later. We're also going to talk a little bit of baseball today. The Pirates and the Indians. Pirates were off to a blazing start. They're now at 500. Your Cleveland Guardians, I should say. They are in first place. They have the best record in baseball. So we'll talk a little bit of baseball later. So let's just get back into this. Corinne, I mean, just from looking around here, it's going to be a crazy day here. We have a lot of stuff going on. We've got over across from us, we've got the early childhood education, and they've got face painting going on. They've got, removable tattoos they got. It's just, this is a great time here. We've got the medical students over here. We've got culinary down there serving up some food. It's just a good time for everybody to come out, see what Choffin has to offer. I'm proud to be part of this. This is a great thing that we have here in the community in the Youngstown City School District. So I would encourage any of you out there, if you're out and about today between now and 2 o'clock, come out, see us, stop in. Come over to the podcast booth, say hi. You can jump in the seat here where Corinne's at, and we can have a nice discussion and talk about whatever you want. So, just come on by, see what we've got going on here, and just enjoy a great time here. The students are out here. These students work hard for what they do here. Very hard-working students, so make sure you come out and show them some appreciation for all the hard work that they put in. We've got seniors are here. Our juniors are here all day. Seniors have come in early. They're going to be here all day and, putting in the work just to show, how much they love what they do here. So definitely stop in, come see us. It'll be fun. We'll have a good time. So, Corinne, anything you want to talk about before I let you go?
No, not really.
Not really?
Wait. All I got to say is if you pick this program, it's going to be really fun. We really don't do anything that hard. It's just stuff that you do by yourself and then with groups and then recording by yourself. Anything that he will talk to you and see what you like, and then you'll probably just do what you like, and it'll be easier. And you'll have to do a lot of work, just a little bit. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
It's not really work when it's fun, right?
Yeah, it's not. And then Fridays you get to watch movies. So the podcast room is all dark, it's light, it's giving out booty. You'll probably go to sleep, but don't go to sleep. But yeah, it's just fun.
No, you got to watch the movies because I like to give movie review questions.
Oh yeah, sometimes.
So you got to watch. If you fall asleep during the movie, you might not know the answer.
Yeah.
But no, we have a good time here. My students work hard, and in the process of working hard, they get everything done during the week. Fridays, I offer them movie day. I give them a choice of what movie they want to watch. We watch a movie. I'll throw a short movie review at them. just to kind of make sure they were paying attention and things like that. But we have a good time here, and I really enjoy what I do, and I love my students, and I'm so excited for my seniors who are going to be moving on to bigger and better things, and of course I'm also excited for my juniors who will get the chance to step up and heed that call that my seniors heeded this year. So, Corinne, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure having you as a student this year. Please keep in touch once you graduate so we know all the things that you're doing. And should you ever need anything from me, a letter reference, recommendation, whatever it may be, feel free to reach out. And I would be more than happy to give you that.
I definitely will.
All righty. Thanks for being with us today.
I get up.
Yep. So who's next? Anybody want to come on for a couple minutes? Huh? You go by whatever you want. Get Brian over. All right. Well, I'll go by myself for a few. If you guys see Brian, have him come on over. Have one of them come on over. So I just want to welcome everybody here. If you kind of don't know what's going on, we're live streaming here from Choffin Career and Technical Center. I just want to give everybody a heads up. The Youngstown City School District is looking for bus drivers. We're looking to hire up to 25 additional bus drivers this year. Wages start at $24 an hour, including benefits. If you don't have a CDO, Youngstown City School District can help with that training. You must be 21 and be able to pass a drug and a background check. So if you're interested in that, give us a call, 330-744-6920. That's 330-744-6920 if you want to be a Youngstown City School District bus driver. So now I've got one of my junior students jumping in here with me, Brian. Welcome, Brian. How you doing today?
I am doing fabulous.
So crazy thing going on here today, right?
Yes.
We've got Market Day going on. What have you seen so far from walking around that really kind of impressed you?
I see a lot of. I always like looking at like a lot of like all the things that you can buy here,
Okay.
and like seeing like their equipment and just seeing like everything that you can basically buy and have an opportunity to look at. It's just really interesting.
Kind of gives you a little glimpse into what the other programs do, right?
Yeah.
Kind of some. I was looking over here across the way from us, and we've got early childhood education, and they've got the removable tattoos. They've got face painting going on. It looks like they're having a real good time over there, and it's nice
just
to
like
see.
a little festival.
Yeah, it's kind of what it is. Celebrate kind of what we do here. We've got medical over here showing off all their goodies that they have. We've got culinary serving up some food over there. We've got a garage sale over here with the graphic design class. We've got music recording over there. We've got game design and development. So we've got a lot of fun stuff going on here. So if you're out and about today and you're in the downtown area, come over here to Choffin Career and Technical Center and see what we have to offer the community. I think it's a lot more than most people would expect. And it's nice to get the community in here to see what we do, because I think a lot of times they take for granted what a career and technical center is. I think when people hear career and tech, or they hear what us old timers call joint vocational school, JVS, that type of thing, they tend to think of the key main ones, which are like carpentry and welding and and those type of things. They don't come in and think audio and video broadcast. They don't think music recording and production. They don't think game design. They don't think this UMed Academy here that we offer juniors and seniors. And then if those in the UMed Academy as juniors and seniors, when they graduate as a senior, then they can turn around and they can go into our adult education that we offer here and seamlessly jump right into it. So, it's very interesting what they have to offer here. We were just talking about movies, so let's jump back into these movies real quick, Brian. I was talking with Corinne about some of these movies, and I told her I saw Civil War. Have you seen the previews for the Civil War movie?
I'm pretty like an action fan, but I don't think I've seen Civil War.
So Civil War, it's, when you think of it and you hear everybody's made this huge big deal about Civil War, it's from the perspective of a journalist, right? So you have this journalist that is covering the Civil War that's going on in the United States, right? And they're on their way to Washington, D.C. to interview the President of the United States. So it kind of shows it from her journey, her perspective of things going on. I will say this, it's a very graphic movie. So I don't recommend people watching this with small children. So if you're going to watch it at home as a family, put the small kids to bed and then watch it. Because it is very graphic. There's some very heavy violence in it. Of course, I mean, we're talking about a Civil War. Should be kind of expected in that type of movie, right? Monkey Man, similar thing. Dev Patel, very good movie. It's a lot of action in it, but once again, it's another one of those movies like Civil War that you don't want to watch it with small kids around. There is some graphic violence and things like that.
Like Sting,
Yeah.
the spider movies, I hate spiders so much.
Okay.
So when I watched the trailer, at the end when the spider jumped on the man,
Okay.
I started getting the chills.
Yeah, I am not a fan of spiders either. Can't stand spiders. I can watch them in a video, but I can only watch them in a video for a very short amount of time. Spiders just freak me out.
It's just, it's the way they move. I just hate spiders all over the place.
Especially when they're real big ones like this and they're fuzzy. Yeah. You can keep those spiders.
Especially the ones that jump.
Yeah. Another action movie. Have you seen the trailer for Boy Kills World with Bill Skarsgård? Haven't seen that. So Skarsgård family is a huge family of actors. Their father, Stellan Skarsgård, he's in his 50s, maybe 60s. Had a large family, and so Alexander Skarsgård is another one of those actors. He's pretty well known. Bill Skarsgård is one of the younger ones, and there's a whole slew of Skarsgårds that act.
I think it was a very good movie.
So,
Vampire Little Girl.
Okay, tell us about it. I haven't had a chance to see it. So
My mom made me watch it. Watched it on the Fire Stick.
Okay.
And it was not that bad,
Okay.
as I suppose. I mean, yes, it was all about a vampire little girl.
Okay. And
I think
that's which one? This one here?
Yes.
Abigail? Okay.
I wouldn't say it wasn't really about like more horror, as it said. It was more like gross type ballet, whatever it was to me.
Okay.
I think like the grossest part is when they explode. But it was a little violent.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
I believe I've heard that from a few other people. Have you had a chance to see any of these other ones? Have you ever had a chance to see the new Godzilla Kong movie?
I'm not really a Godzilla fans.
No. I did get a chance to see it. I thought it was very well done. The special effects were great in it. It's just overall it was a good movie. It followed the progression of the series of films. So it did justice in that way. And I thought they kind of stayed true to the Godzilla King Kong dynamic, right? I thought it was pretty well done. If you're looking for a good family night movie, that's a good family night movie. To pop some popcorn, sit back, and just kind of the family watch a movie at home.
And there's so many Godzilla fans.
Yeah, so that's a good one that you can kind of sit there and kind of watch as a family and have a good time. Have you seen any of these other movies here? No.
I'm not like really a movie guy. I really like
Okay.
movies.
What about TV shows?
I like watching The Circle.
All right. Tell me about The Circle. I've never seen that one before.
So Circle is a social media competition
Okay.
where you talk to people from other like the same,
Okay.
and some will actually like be themselves, or some will be like someone else, which would be the catfish.
Okay.
And they do like games, challenges. Sometimes have private chats with each other.
Okay. Interesting. I have to check that out. What channel does that come on? Or is it
You
on?
can watch it on Netflix.
It's on Netflix. Okay. All right. Yeah, I've noticed Netflix is doing a lot more in reality TV lately. Are you a wrestling fan by chance?
Wrestling fan. I like
Yeah.
watching WWE. I wouldn't say a wrestling fan, but I do like watching.
Okay. So let's talk a little wrestling here for a minute. I'm a huge WWE fan. I love wrestling. I've watched it as a little kid. I can tell you, I remember I was at the Beagley Center, down at YSU here, and I saw the Undertaker's first ever match, right? And so the Undertaker's been wrestling for a long time.
Yeah,
And to have been able to watch his first match right here in Youngstown, I thought that was pretty cool. And I've always been a fan of The Undertaker, and he recently just re-signed a Legends contract with WWE. So those of you that don't know, he was just at WrestleMania 40.
and that was the coolest part when I saw him spawn back in.
Yeah.
Take down the Rock.
And it was kind of like, when you got that moment and the lights went out and you heard that dong and you knew it was him, right?
I already knew the Undertaker
You knew it
would
was
come out
him?
from anywhere.
But when the lights came out and then they popped back on and he was standing in the ring, you were like, man, this is
Face told me
this-
everything.
this is WrestleMania. This is wrestling. This is The Undertaker, right? I mean, The Undertaker is the epitome of wrestling, WrestleMania.
Yeah, like you got like scary ones like the Undertaker. I said would be the scariest one, but then you also got like Alexa Bliss and the Fiend.
Yeah. I'll tell you, I am one of the thing that gets me is, you look and you see how long some of these guys wrestle, right? I mean, you get guys that wrestle up into their 60s and 70s. Ric Flair's a good example of that. Wrestled into his 60s. These guys have to have a love for it in order to do it that long. You just don't get into a wrestling ring and say, I'm going to wrestle and wrestle into your 60s and not love it. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's got to be that thrill of the crowd, right? When you get out there and you stand in front of that, you got 30,000 screaming fans in an arena and you're standing there. I mean, that adrenaline rush from just being in front of that crowd and being able to perform. I think that's what those guys they're attracted to, right? They're adrenaline junkies. If they weren't wrestling, they'd probably be skydiving or, doing something wild and adrenaline pumping, right? So, I'm looking forward to wrestling. We got, we have the NFL draft this week. Round 1 started yesterday. Round 2 will be tonight. But we had an issue there. Hold on.
Technical difficulties.
Technical difficulty. All right. Why is this not working?
That's because the camera's sideways.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, too far. This thing is just not. All right, we'll work with it for now. Anyway, had a little technical difficulty there, but so we've got day 2 of the draft today, but then tonight on SmackDown we have day 1 of the WWE draft. So we have day 1 today, and then of course Monday Night Raw will be the second half of the draft. So I'm kind of interested to see who goes where. We know champions. We know from the rules that they have today. Champions are excluded, other than I believe it's the women's tag team champions. They're allowed to be drafted to either brand. So we have that there. But we have, Raw's going to have 20 draft picks on Monday Night Raw. There'll be 20 picks on Raw. And on SmackDown, there'll be 16 draft picks. So, we're going to have, or 24 on Raw, 16 on SmackDown. So we're going to have a total of 40 wrestlers kind of moving around.
My
And
favorite part of WWE is always Royal Rumble to see who wins it all out of all the wrestlers.
right. And well, did you? I don't know if you knew this, but last week on Raw they had a battle royal for the women's WWE Championship because Rhea Ripley, mommy, she had to vacate her title because she got injured when she got attacked in the back by Liv Morgan. I think it was the week before. She had got attacked by Liv Morgan in the back, and Liv Morgan jumped her and slammed her shoulder into a concrete wall, and just kind of beat her up a little bit. And so she's got a shoulder injury that put her on the shelf now for a few months. So she unfortunately had to relinquish the title. So they had to have this huge battle royal between all the women wrestlers. And of course, the winner of that was Becky Lynch, right? And those that don't know wrestling, don't watch wrestling, Becky Lynch had a feud with Rhea Ripley. They were going back and forth at it.
They were
nonstop. And of course, with
like, even before WrestleMania.
Oh yeah, yeah. They were actually friends. From what I read at one time, they were actually friends, and I guess there was something that happened between them that now they just kind of don't talk to each other, aren't kind of friendly with each other anymore.
I thought they were friends at first, and then as time got on, I don't know what went downhill, but now Becky Lee is Rhea Ripley's enemy.
Yeah, so it's been kind of crazy with what's that? Mike? Well, you need one? That picks up. That's got a microphone on it. That'll pick them up. Yeah, you're good. Sorry about that. We just making sure that we got everything going on. Everything's going smoothly. But yeah, so there was a big thing going between those two, and of course now with Rhea on the shelf for a few months, you're going to see Becky Lynch. She's going to kind of take that and run with it. How well she does being women's champion remains to be seen. We'll kind of find that out as these kind of weeks and months go on. But we've got a huge pay-per-view coming up this summer, right? So we've got Backlash is coming up here. That's going to be over in France, which I think is going to be huge. They're trying to, WWE's trying to build a bigger international fan base. And I think bringing a big pay-per-view to France like this, I think that's just going to help grow that international, spot that they're looking for. They definitely want to expand over there. So I think that's going to be good. But the big one that I want to talk about is SummerSlam. SummerSlam is coming to Cleveland, Ohio. This is our chance, right? If you're from Ohio and you want to go to one of these huge shows, right? This is our chance. We got SummerSlam coming to First Energy Stadium, Cleveland, Ohio, home of the Cleveland Browns. As much as I hate to, I'm a football fan, and as you can see, I'm wearing the Steelers.
But
I am definitely not a Browns fan. I refer to them as the Clowns, also as the Mistake by the Lake. So I know that'll get some Browns fans riled up, and I just love to stick it to Browns fans because it's fun.
Wasn't Jake Gusto in SummerSlam last year?
I believe he was. And that's going to be the other interesting part, right? So with this new draft, the Usos are going to be up for being eligible to be drafted. So it's going to be interesting to see if both of them come to Raw, if they both end up on SmackDown, kind of what happens there, right? Because, they had that rift in the bloodline. And so now
The Usos are they're still brother just as
right, exactly. So it'll be interesting to see if they take that dynamic and they bring the brothers back together, or if they continue to separate them. Because now we don't know what's going on with the bloodline, right? We haven't heard from Roman Reigns. From everything that I've seen out there and all the information that's come out, they think that Roman Reigns probably won't be back for a few months, right? So if they have no storylines for Roman Reigns and he's not coming back, so is Paul Heyman now
the tribal chief?
Well, I wouldn't say Paul Heyman's the tribal chief because I don't think he would be the tribal chief. I think Solo Sikoa is going to be the tribal chief. But does Solo Sikoa have the authority to be the tribal chief or to speak as the tribal chief? We haven't heard that yet. We've heard Solo say that he is, but we haven't heard anything else from Roman or even from Rikishi for that matter. If you don't know who Rikishi is the relative of Roman Reigns and the Usos and The Rock, and they're all related. You know, that's the legendary Samoan wrestling family. And of course, we have when you're talking about the bloodline, you're talking about, if you go back into the day, I don't know if you've ever heard the name or the group, the Islanders. Fatu was one of the Islanders, and he is, I believe, the father of one or two of the wrestlers. Rikishi's the father of one or two of the wrestlers, and it goes back to even Umaga and those guys. They're all those guys from the bloodline, and they're all related.
Like Jay Uso even has a tattoo of Umaga's
Yeah.
skeleton.
So if we go into let me clarify this for WWE fans, because I know if I don't, I'm gonna hear about it. So when we talk about the bloodline, when we talk about the bloodline dynamic in WWE, right? The bloodline is led by Roman Reigns, and then of course you have Solo Sikoa, The Rock, Tama Tonga,
The Rock hasn't been.
the Usos. So when we look at this and we look at the bloodline, right? It's a large family of mostly Samoan-born wrestlers, and they are related. So they are all members of the renowned Inoue family, and so when you talk about the bloodline, right? Let's kind of walk through. I'll walk them through this for a minute. All right, so the Inoue family, if you're talking about wrestling, right? So the Usos feud with the Shield that started 2013, 2014. And then there was occasional team-ups between 2015 and 2020. And then in 2020, 2021 is when the bloodline forms. Well, when we talk about the Inoue family, okay, the Inoue family, and this will be the best way to show it to you, huge family tree, as you can see, right? So when we're talking about the Inoue family, this is a family of professional wrestlers originating from the Samoan Islands. Their family members have been comprised of several tag teams and stables within a variety of the wrestling promotions, but most notably WWE. The famous members of the family, of course, include Roman Reigns, WWE Hall of Famer Rikishi, Yokozuna, and the Wild Samoans, Afa and Sika. Other notable members, of course, are the Usos, Jey Uso and Jimmy Uso, Umaga, Rosie, Jacob Fatu, and Solo Sikoa, among others.
My question is, what is Umaga doing right now?
Umaga has actually died.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, Umaga died, which was very disappointing. He was one of my favorite wrestlers. I loved Umaga. And we'll get to Umaga here in a second. So let me kind of explain to this. Reverend Amui Tununu Inoue and Peter Maivia were blood brothers, a connection that continued with the sons Afa and Sika, who regard Peter Maivia as their uncle. Peter married Ofela Fuataga, who already had a daughter named Ata, who he adopted and raised as his own. Ata married wrestler Rocky Johnson, who became the parents of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Okay, who wrestled as Rocky Maivia and The Rock before establishing himself as the actor. And then, of course, The Rock's daughter, Simone Johnson, she performs in WWE as Ava. That's The Rock's daughter. Now, Peter's first cousin, Joseph Fanene, was the father of Savalina Fanene, who is known in the WWE as Nia Jax. So Nia Jax is related to them.
Yeah.
Trinity Fatu, who is known in the WWE as Naomi, she married into the family by marrying Jimmy Uso. So Naomi's married to Jimmy Uso. Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You're good.
We'll take a quick break.
Now, Jimmy Snuka, he's related by marriage, having been married to Peter Maiavia's niece, Sharon. Now, Jimmy's children, Serona Snuka, also known as Tamina, and Jimmy Snuka Jr., known as Deuce or Sim Snuka, both have wrestled for the WWE. Now, Dwayne Johnson considers Tonga Uli Fifita, known as wrestling as Haku, as his uncle, and Tonga's sons Tama Tonga, Tongaloa, and Hukealeo and their cousin Bad Luck Fale have all wrestled for New Japan Pro Wrestling. So as you can see, there's a huge family tie here in the WWE with all these different wrestlers, right? And there have been other wrestlers that have kind of been in there. We had Zilla Fatu, son of the late Umaga or Eddie Fatu. He wrestles in Booker T's Reality of Wrestling. We have the son of Rikishi. He wrestles on an independent circuit. Alpha's nephew, Sean Maluda, he was a participant in the WWE Cruiserweight Classic tournament. Alpha's nephew, David, is also a professional boxer. So you have this wide group of Samoans who are, they're lifelong wrestlers. We have another, there's a Journey Fatu, who is the son of Sam Fatu, and he primarily wrestles in death matches, which is interesting. So I know a lot of wrestling fans love the old ECW death matches and those type of things. But yeah, it should be pretty interesting, to say the least. So that's a little bit of talk on the Inoue family and kind of what they bring to wrestling. Of course, they started as tag teams. We're talking about the Wild Samoans, the Head Shrinkers. So there's been quite a bit of Samoan influence in WWE. And, that influence in WWE, as we were talking about, the Samoan influence in WWE, there's also been other wrestlers that have had huge families who have had huge influence in WWE. When we talk about the movie The Iron Claw, right, we talk about the Von Erich family, right? Von Erich family, very dynamic wrestling family. Pretty sad story of what happened with that family. For as much as they loved wrestling and loved what they did, I think it was also a nightmare for that family in some respects, right?
Yeah.
Kind of the tragedies and things that befell that family because of wrestling and because of the pursuit of that life. I think sometimes people take for granted, they see wrestling on TV and they go, oh, it's fake. Well, it's not really fake, right? It's scripted, just like a reality TV show would be scripted.
But it's entertaining at the same time.
But see, what I think is when people say it's fake, they don't understand that when a guy superplexes a guy off the top rope and lands in the middle of that ring, right? Your body's gonna feel that. You're gonna feel that impact. It's not like there's 6-8 inches of cushion that you're gonna fall on and you're not gonna get hurt, right? I mean, for all intents and purposes, there's maybe an inch to maybe 3/4 of an inch of padding on that ring. The rest is plywood and your body smacking off it. That's why you hear when people land in the ring, that's why it sounds the way it does. If they were landing on a mat, it wouldn't sound like that.
I mean, it's WWE. What do we expect?
Right. So, and I get people, it's fake. It's scripted. the outcomes are known beforehand. Sometimes, right? Matches have been known. Wrestlers been known to get in the ring and they feel like they're snubbed or what have you, and next thing you know, they're, you know, off the rails and they're pinning a guy and winning a championship when they're not supposed to be.
Yeah.
And that has happened before. But, the things that these guys put themselves through,
They put themselves through a lot.
yeah.
I mean, yes, they get slammed, kicked, get slammed through. They just get wow.
Well, and two, the other thing is, I think sometimes people think that these guys make a ton of money. And you have to understand, just like with football, right? Yeah, a guy might make $2-3 million a year. But how much money is he spending out to take care of his body and to keep his body healthy and to keep himself rehab? I mean, I remember a good example of this was James Harrison from the Steelers, right?
Yeah.
He was on, I remember he was on Ben Roethlisberger's podcast, and, they were talking about, how much money do you spend for recovery and things like that. And James Harrison told him, he goes, I spent $500,000 last year just taking care of my body.
And that's crazy.
That's a lot of money, right? $500,000. Some people don't see that in a lifetime, right? And so for him to say, hey, I'm spending $500,000 on taking care of my body and making sure that I can continue to get into the ring and continue to wrestle, or in his case was play football, right? So they can continue to for their body to take that pounding. They have to spend that money. I mean, you're talking, they're probably getting, massage therapists. I know that one of the players said that they had a therapist that would come over and use that. It was like a gun, and it would like suction cup, and they'd put all these suction cups on them, and it's to relieve, pressure and tension in the muscles and things like that. Chiropractors and just, all the different things that these types of rehab that they would go through to keep their body healthy so that they can perform at the high level that everybody expects them to perform at, right? Wrestling's no different. It's no different than football, other than the fact that the way it's played is different, right? It's a different sport.
But I can't do football because I think the last time I played football, this was like a couple years back when I was living on the west side. I remember where I had the ball, I got tackled so hard that I went flying into someone's garden.
Yeah, but football can be, football is not for the faint of heart. Let's put it that way. I remember as a kid, we used to play, we'd play tag football in the street, right? And then we used to play over at Ipes Field. We would have 7-on-7 games. Kids would come out from the neighborhood, and we'd have 7-on-7 games, and we would literally play football. It was like, we didn't keep track of time, right? Quarters. We didn't keep track of none of that. We kept track of score, and we just played, and we would play and play and play and play. One night I remember, or one day we went out and played. It was a whole group of us from the south side, from like over. My buddy we lived on Taft Avenue on the south side, and we would actually walk to Ipes Field from Taft. And so we walked from Taft over up to Ipes Field. Whole bunch of us, we met some people from the neighborhood that were already there. We had this huge 7-on-7 game going, and it was crazy because one of my best friends, he was a big kid, big stocky kid, so he always played running back because nobody could tackle him. And so he come running, and I, of course, tried to tackle him, and I kind of threw myself at him, and he literally stepped on my arm, right? Like stepped on my arm, full force. Didn't break my arm, but ended up breaking his foot, stepping on my arm.
Your arm broke his foot.
Yeah, how I don't know, but it did. And the thing was, we just kept playing. It was, he's like, oh, my foot hurts a little bit, and then of course we kept playing, and then by the time it started getting dark, of course our parents come around looking for us, knew where we were at because we told them where we were going. They came and picked us up because it was getting dark and didn't want us to walk home. even though we could have, because back in those days, like, you walked home in the dark, nobody messed with you. Now you walk home in the dark,
Always
you
feel
practically
scared.
you practically got to have a concealed carry permit to walk home anymore. But no matter where you're at, because just the world's going
My
crazy.
mom always wants
But-
me home before street lights are on.
But I definitely don't want to get in. I don't want to talk about the craziness in the world. I want to stay away from politics today. This is all about having fun. We are here broadcasting live, Choffin Career and Technical Center, 200 Eastwood Street, Youngstown, Ohio, downtown Youngstown. Come on out. As Brian can attest to this, he's been walking around and checking the place out. We've got, you come outside, we've got fire safety and EMT and police training are out there. They've got the fire trucks out there. They've got the ambulance out there. They've got some police cars out there. It's really just a great, great time. So make sure you come out and check them out.
And there's so many things to buy, so don't miss out.
And it's free to come in,
Yeah.
If you want to buy something, you can. We encourage you to buy something because that does support all these fantastic offerings that we have here at Choffin. We got early childhood education sitting right here across from us. They're doing face painting, tattoos. They've got candy for sale. So come in and check them out, see what they have to offer. We've got over here next to us, we've got UMed. They've got a wide variety of stuff out here. They're highlighting all the different things that they do. Dental technician programs. And then we got culinary on the other side of them, serving up some food. We've got graphic design, which is right around the corner from us here. They've got a garage sale going on, so they got quite a bit of stuff going on there. We've got game design. You could come in and get yourself made into, I believe, what are they doing? They're making you into animated character. Is that what they're doing over there? Did you notice?
I didn't get to see that.
I think that's what they're doing over there. They're turning people into animated characters. So they got that over there. This is just a fantastic showcase of what we do here at Choffin. So if you're catching this, make sure you jump on and come out and see what we've got going on out here. So Brian, what are your takeaways from today so far? We started streaming a little over an hour ago. We're an hour in. We got 4.5 more hours to go.
It's gonna be a long.
It's a little wild and crazy, right?
Yeah.
We've touched on. It looks like we've got some people showing up from the community here now, which is great. We've got some youth coming out. This is going to be a fun day. So, we're sitting here. I've got Brian here. He's one of my junior students. Another hard worker that we have in our course. And so, Brian, you've seen the facilities that we have here. What would you say about the facilities that we have to offer here?
What I would say about the facilities is whatever a student likes to do, it's worth it because you get to come here, it's only once an opportunity, and it gets you started with your career and what you want to do in life. Yeah, like if broadcasting isn't it, then entrepreneur, medical, all that other stuff. It's something with what you want to do.
Right.
It's like your option.
And so we try to continue to offer more and more each year. This year we've kind of started with a little bit with virtual production, and we're hoping to really dive deep into that next year when you guys are seniors. So I think that'll be really cool. And for those out there that don't know what virtual production or virtual set design is, that's basically what you see behind us here. This brick wall is actually a green screen. And we just have the brick wall. That's one of our backgrounds that we were able to use. And we were streaming live through StreamYard. We were hoping to be on Facebook this morning, but StreamYard's having some difficulties connecting StreamYard to Facebook for whatever reason. So we'll keep trying to hook that up, and hopefully we'll get that live a little bit later on today. So, but Brian, man, it's been awesome having you here. Before you run off, let's talk about the future. I see you have some cool, interesting ideas here. We're talking about the future with electric cars, even electric buildings, and of course, robots, right? I don't I don't know if we're at flying cars just yet. I'll tell you what I find hilarious. So when I was a kid growing up, now mind you, I graduated a long time ago. I graduated from high school in 1996, and so at that time we're thinking, man, what's it going to be like in the 2000s? Even in the 80s, we kind of thought this, man. And when we get into the 2000s, 2010, we're going to have flying cars, and we're going to have this, and we're going to have that, and we have none of that. So, um, you know, we grew up watching the Jetsons, right? And
Just the cartoon.
yeah, the cartoon, and
Like the show's all about
I
future.
well, it is, but what I find funny is everybody that kind of grew up, the generations that grew up watching the Jetsons, we all thought by the time we hit the year 2000, we would have like we'd have flying cars, and we'd be able to teleport through time, and we'd have huge colonies on space we'd be living in, and we don't have any of that, so. And it's funny now because now we're hearing, we've got this push for electric cars. You think where the push was back when I was in high school, back in the 90s, before you were probably even born, you know, when we heard electric cars, we're like, electric cars. And now we're starting to see more of them, right? Maybe they're not maybe as affordable as we would like them to be as consumers.
They said in 38,
So
they should be electric. They should be no gas.
And I get why they want to do that, but at the same time, I've always been one of those believers that you can't put your energy eggs in one basket, because what happens if, like, I'll give you a good example. So let's say we move to all electric cars, right? Everything's electric, so now we got to charge our cars, and we got all this stuff.
And that's the problem with electric cars.
What happens if the electrical grid goes down? Let's say that, God forbid, a terrorist attack would happen, and the whole electrical grid were to go down. What would we do? You wouldn't be able to charge your cars, right? And if we didn't have any gas-powered cars, kind of screwed, right?
And like,
same with like jets. I mean, I see some of these jets. They want to go to electric-powered jets. I'm like, I don't know if I would be wanting to fly on an electric-powered jet just yet. Right? I mean, it might take me a while to get to that point.
Like, well, all the self-driving cars, and like, first I thought it was only Tesla, but now you got Cadillac and then Chevy and Lincoln doing that stuff as well.
Right.
But at the same time, when it comes to charging the car, it takes longer. Even if it's supercharged, it takes longer than expected.
Right.
Because, like, for gas cars, all you gotta do is just pump gas and you're out here already.
Right.
Same with, like, charging. When it comes to charging, some of them don't want to work. Or either something wrong with it. That's the main problem. And there's not enough charge points in Ohio. Like, you'll see most of them, like, in Los Angeles or somewhere far away from here. But that's the main problem. Is because we need more charge ports if we want to go into electric cars.
Well, and to another issue that we've seen some people run into that do have electric vehicles, right, is when a battery gets cold, right, it loses some of its charge. It's a little bit harder to charge. So that's an issue that we would have to deal with in our colder weather environments where they get cold summers and things like that. You're going to have to deal with some of that stuff.
And, like, when it comes to, like, electric cars, a lot of people like to bring it up, a lot of people like how quiet it is. I don't know if that's, like, the main part that they want all electric cars. But the ones I'm worried about is human robots.
Okay.
Because, like, have you heard of Amica?
What was it?
Amica?
I have not.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Amica is basically a human robot, and you can ask her anything to do. She would like to draw. She'll draw something. But if you like make a comment where you don't like it, she'll get mad immediately.
Right.
And that's creepy to me. And I feel like robots, if they make more human robots, I feel like we won't have no jobs no more because they'll just take our places.
Well, we're gonna have to, and when it comes to like robots and things like that, taking jobs and things like that, we're gonna need people to work on them. Or somebody's gonna have to fix them if they break. So there will still be some of that.
I'm worried they're gonna hack in to all the AI, since they have like so much AI technology.
Right. Well, and that does become an issue, AI and things like that. Hey, we're going to take a quick break here. We will be back in about 5 minutes. And when we come back, we are going to talk some sports. And we will talk to you guys in a few minutes. We'll be right back. All right, what's up, everybody? James Naples back here live at Choffin Career and Technical Center. We are here today for Market Day. I just want to kind of tell everybody what we have going on here at Choffin. So here at Choffin, we have 17 industry-specific programs. You can choose from programs like automotive technology, medical assisting, culinary arts, and more. You can earn valuable certifications that will set you apart in the job market. Academies for enhanced learning. We have UMed, we have our skilled trades, and we foster collaboration between instructors, giving you a broader perspective on your chosen career field. Who said that? For crying out loud. All right. Can you guys jump in here and talk about something for a few minutes, and I'll go handle it? Talking. I got some stuff here. If you guys just want to talk about what they have at Choffin, you can do that. I've got a whole. I got a whole list of stuff to talk about Choffin. Whatever you guys want.
Wait, Naples, can you put this upstairs?
Yep.
It's glass. I'm sitting right here. I don't want to do this. Bruh, we can just talk about anything. He gonna be down fast. I don't know why they're not gonna go.
He better be down fast because this is fucking live and I can't be doing this shit like that. Come on. Okay.
I can say it's everybody is now here. We have people touring. Show them right now. I think this class is like elementary school or probably like sophomore to middle school.
So what are we gonna talk about first?
I was just saying, like, people are actually here, like, people, like...
For real, there's like a whole bunch of people here that we really didn't expect is gonna be here.
It's a lot.
And the fact that there's little kids in here that we didn't know we were gonna be here.
That's only going to be a little bit. I hate to go so about.
We gotta figure out what to talk about.
But isn't this, like, the first time that we're doing this?
Yeah. We're in a podcast, bro.
Yep.
How do we even know how much people we have?
Oh, yeah, if you go to, like, cosmetology, they're doing, like, eyelashes, they said not makeup, like, lipsticks.
If you go to the cosmetology
What's that
people,
called, that little thing that we tried out? Oh, my God.
it was like a body solvent. I really don't know what it's called. I think it's a body solvent.
It's only $5.
$5. It was smooth. It kept my like hands very nice.
Early childhood.
Early childhood. They have like very cute. There are really more kids around here than like anything. Are the seniors gonna be open here soon?
I think so. Yeah. They're about to go to lunch.
Okay. He said we gotta find something to talk about.
Talk about what we do in the past, what we do like in our class.
We still have to.
I told you this, your diary is the editor in our whole class.
I am the editor of this class.
Or you edit from bed left. Superintendent.
Jeremy Bachelor. Oh, I can't be on here.
What else?
I don't know. I keep looking everywhere, but like.
Oh yeah, the firefighters, they are outside.
They got the puppies outside. I want to go outside and see them, but they're not gonna be here. We need to figure something out. Let's talk about movies. Why not?
But I'll talk about I'll talk about what I want to watch. Wait, what's that new movie that's coming out? Those cars?
Terror. I want to watch Terror so bad. It's a horror movie, and trailer looks very, very
Like I
nice.
saw the trailer, like somebody getting,
It was getting got, bro. It was getting got.
And I saw the Joker one, and I saw the Hangman one. Talking about
Did you
Ryan
see
Singer.
Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn?
No.
You didn't see it? Lady Gaga's Harley Quinn and the new Joker. I think so. Literally look it up. Google has it for you. But
I didn't see the trailer of that.
You seen the trailer of the Joker? You seen the trailer of the Joker?
No, I didn't see it. Or we gotta
No,
buy
I
it.
think you gotta buy them.
It's what I had.
I think you gotta buy them.
All I know is I ain't gonna say that right
I'm gonna say something. I'm not gonna talk about games because I
here.
honestly
What
don't
class
even
the
know.
digital design class? They got mugs, they got shirts. I got me 2 mugs, 3. I got 1 for my mother.
They have glitter shirts too. They have Choffin and they have the glitter shirts on them.
They got notepads. They got like all
They
for-
got bookmarks too. They're very cute.
all
And
of it's
notes.
like $3.
Note cards.
All of it's It's cheap.
Um, I'm sorry. She just.
Somebody jump over me.
What class is that?
I know I forgot.
The athletics class.
It's like the that's so one.
We also have an athletic class. Literally all the classes that we have in Choffin, we have nursing programs, we have early education programs, cosmetology programs, athletics programs. Like, what do you call those? When you get I forgot what they were called. Like when like you break your leg basically, and you gotta move it back over again, and you have to go to that one specific doctor.
I do not know. I'm gonna say leg cracker.
Leg cracker, bro. Leg cracker's deadbeat. No, it's a
What are you talking about? That's what they do. That's what
exactly. That's literally what they're doing. I don't know what the fuck
they
it's
do.
called.
Hold on. Let me see right here.
Are they all the classes? Cardiologist. I got it. It's a cardiologist. That's what they do.
I found it.
What is it?
Just telling you
Of what it is?
this. You said that you make it.
Airplane UMed Academy.
Provides interactive such as blood.
So we have a UMed Academy, and then you read it. And actually, don't read it because we technically just put it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Nipples already did it. Why is he just flying? I just said that too. I was like, he looks like he's flying.
I need to jump like.
And then he just stays in
I
one
would say
place.
this. I feel like our class is the best class.
Yeah.
Honestly, low key. Like, you ain't gonna do too
We
much.
won the whole thing here.
But like,
This is actually a very fun class to be in. The podcast room looks very awesome. What else is new? It's a very big. Oh my God, there's Lennon. It's here. Yo, what's up?
you okay? You okay?
He said he doesn't know what's going on. Today's market day. Oh, you can just stay here because he's upstairs and we can't go upstairs yet.
Oh, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. I forgot. Sorry.
I am so sorry for being on my phone. This is like unprofessional.
Right? You know. Yeah.
Okay. Scooch in.
See,
Scooch in more. Oh, there we go. Actually, you're good. See, okay, he's back. He got it. Now my teacher is back, so
straight off.
we're gonna get off. I'm Yaya, and yeah, even though we barely talk.
All right, so we're back at it here, broadcasting live from Choffin Career and Technical Center on Market Day. We're 200 East Wood Street, Youngstown, Ohio. So come on down, check us out, see what we have to offer here. Choffin's got a ton of great programs here for you to choose from. They're half-day programs, so you spend a half a day here and the other day, half a day at your home school. We have tons of great programs here. So make sure you come on down and check out Choffin and see what Choffin has to offer. Once again, we're looking for bus drivers here in Youngstown City School District. So if you know anybody looking for a job, they're looking to hire up to 25 additional bus drivers. Wages start at $24 an hour, including benefits. They'll help you get your CDL license with training. You must be 21 and pass a drug and background check. So if you are interested in becoming a bus driver here for the Youngstown City School District, give them a call at 330-744-6920. That's 330-744-6920. So we've talked a little bit of movies this morning. We've talked a little wrestling. We've talked to some of our students and about some of the things that they enjoy here at Choffin and the program that we offer. So now we're going to talk a little bit of NBA playoffs. For those of you that are basketball fans, the NBA playoffs are in full swing right now. We've got Miami and Boston, Cleveland and Orlando, Denver and LA. We've also got New York and Philadelphia, New Orleans and Oklahoma City, Milwaukee and Indiana, Minnesota and Phoenix, and of course the LA Clippers and the Dallas Mavericks. So we have, the playoffs are in full swing. They're really moving towards it. Of course, last year the Denver Nuggets defeated the Miami Heat 4-1. Nikola Jokic was the MVP, Finals MVP last year, and the Denver Nuggets are looking to repeat in that form and fashion for next year. So, getting back to last night's action. Last night, the Cleveland Cavaliers, the number 4 seed, lost to the number 5 Orlando Magic, 121-83. It was really not a good day for the Cavs yesterday. The Cavs struggled from the field, a lot of turnovers. So Orlando takes their first game at home. The Cavs are up 2-1 in that series. Game 4 will be April 27th. That'll be tomorrow at 6 p.m. Or excuse me, at 1 p.m. And that will be on TNT and Bally Sports Ohio. So you can catch the Cavs and the Orlando Magic tomorrow, April 27th, 1 p.m., Bally Sports Ohio or TNT. That looks to be continue to be a good series. Hopefully Cleveland can take a 3-1 lead and start moving into the next round. They won't let you up. Yeah. If you want to set it over here with my stuff, nobody will mess with it. And then, of course, we have last night, Denver Nuggets, again, came back against the Los Angeles Lakers to beat the Lakers 112-105. Lakers had a huge lead again. And, of course, Denver, defending champions, came back from a double-digit deficit to beat the Lakers and take a 3-0 lead over the Lakers. And of course, as you can imagine today, with everything that's going on, especially out in LA expecting them to do better when you have LeBron James and Anthony Davis running the show there. I think there's a higher expectation in Los Angeles, for them to do a little bit more than what they've done and to be down 3-0 to the defending champs. While it's not unexpected, I think in Los Angeles and of course Laker fan base would be expecting more from LeBron and from Anthony Davis. So in that game, you can catch the next game in that series will be on the 27th as well. Be tomorrow, 8:30 on ABC. So it's going to be a nationally televised game. Denver and the Lakers in Los Angeles. It'll be game 4. The Nuggets could sweep the Lakers here in this. I don't think that they will. I think you'll see the Lakers come out, and I think they'll play hard in front of their hometown crowd. And I think they will come out with the win. But I do see the Nuggets taking this series probably in 5 games. So I see the next game probably game 6. I could see Denver pulling that one out and winning the series 4-1. Some of the other matchups, Boston, Miami. What a surprise there. We had, Miami came back, beat Boston, tie the series up 1-1. They are going to be playing again tomorrow, 6 o'clock on TNT. That's 6 o'clock on April 27th on TNT. You'll be able to catch the Boston Celtics and the Miami Heat. Like I said, it's a 1-1 series. This is kind of a toss-up series because Miami's one of those teams that they could sneak on you. And, you can see what they did last year. They went to the NBA Finals, lost to the Denver Nuggets in 5. So I definitely could see Miami beating Boston. However, Boston has been probably one of the best teams in basketball all year, next to the Denver Nuggets. So I definitely see that being a tight series between Boston and Miami. And like I said, you can catch Game 3 of the Boston-Miami series, 6 o'clock on TNT tomorrow night. Other games, we've got the LA Clippers and the Dallas Mavericks. Of course, that series is tied at 1 apiece as well. Game 3 will be tonight on ESPN at 8 o'clock Eastern time. I think that's going to be a good game. It depends on if they have Kawhi Leonard healthy. Kawhi Leonard is the difference maker on the Clippers there. And, without him, they've kind of struggled a little bit to find their offense, going up against Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving and those guys there on Dallas. But Dallas has had its own issues too. They've kind of rotated through a series of big men, power forwards and centers, trying to kind of find that right mix to go with Luka and go with Kyrie. I still think that, Dallas is looking for a number 3, and they're also looking for a 4. They've kind of, that small forward, power forward position for Dallas has kind of given them some issues, especially when it comes to guarding some of these guys that can score at the 3 and the 4. So there's some issues when it comes to that. So I think where Dallas kind of needs to do some work is in the big man positions. I think they kind of got that guard and the 2 guard positions kind of locked up with Luka and Kyrie. But the Clippers, Clippers got a deep team here. Westbrook coming off the bench. We knew what he could do back in his OKC days. He was a triple-double machine. So I look for one of these games here. I look for Westbrook to kind of come out of that shell and kind of take over a game, because you're not going to have Kawhi and you're not going to have, Harden and now the other guy passes me. Paul George. You're not going to have those guys, might not be able to do it every single night. So you're going to have one of those bench guys, one of those role players that kind of steps in and, gives you 15, 20 points, gives you 10 rebounds, that can kind of fill that role and kind of pick up some of that slack maybe when guys are having an off night. So that should be a good game there. And like I said, that's 8 o'clock tonight on ESPN. LA Clippers, Dallas Mavericks. that series is tied up at 1 apiece. So that should be definitely a good game. The other game tonight is the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Phoenix Suns. That's the late game tonight at 10:30 on ESPN. The Timberwolves are up 2-0 on the Suns. It's Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. Are they going to get it together? Are they Minnesota? We know they've been one of the best defensive teams all year in the NBA. Anthony Edwards has been playing lights out. Struggled a little bit in his last game, but when he struggled from the field, he made sure he did the other little things: rebounding, passing, moving the ball, and getting his teammates involved. And so that's, of course, why Minnesota has a 2-0 series lead. And, of course, Rudy Gobert, he stepped up. That was a big piece, them bringing him in from Utah. Rudy Gobert has been solid for Minnesota all year long. And then, of course, you have Naz Reid. He stepped in as kind of like that sixth man off the bench, big guy off the bench. And he's filled in well for Minnesota. Really kind of helped solidify that rotation that they have of big men. Karl Anthony Towns, the Cat, he's been in some foul trouble last game. So he really didn't have the impact that maybe he would have liked to have, or the team would have thought he would have had. So we look for the big Cat, Karl Anthony Towns. We look for him to bounce back tonight and have a better game. That being said, this game's in Phoenix. Phoenix has got to get it going. They've had some bad shooting. I think the last game they shot like 30%, less than 40% from the field and from 3-point range. You're not going to win too many games in the NBA when you're shooting under 40%. Just a matter of fact. Missing a lot of threes, bad turnovers, taking bad shots. These are all things that have kind of plagued Phoenix in this series that they've had with Minnesota. So we need to see that kind of turn from Phoenix. I think Kevin Durant's got to step up for this Phoenix team. He's just not. They're not getting the production that they need from Bradley Beal, and they're not getting the production that they need from Devin Booker. They need a little bit more consistency. They need a little bit better shot selection. But with those couple things, I could definitely see Phoenix winning a game or two here against the Timberwolves. Are they going to beat them? I don't think they will. I just don't think that Phoenix, while they do have some star power and things like that, I don't think Phoenix has enough power to power past Minnesota's tough defense and beat them. And then, of course, the early game today, starting at 5:30, very early start. Milwaukee and Indiana. This series is tied at 1-1. Milwaukee, although they have Damian Lillard and Chris Middleton, they have been missing Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's been out the last couple games with a calf injury. Don't know whether they're going to have him tonight or not. But Giannis is always a crucial, important piece of the Milwaukee Bucks. They definitely need his presence on the court. So we'll see if they get Giannis back tonight. Indiana's kind of been all over the place. They started off part of the year. They were pretty strong at the beginning of the year. Of course, you had Tyrese Halliburton running the show there at point guard. Miles Turner at center. And, you had some guys, your role players, your Benedict Mathurin and guys like that that have tried to kind of fill the hole there that they've had. So that's going to be an interesting game tonight, Milwaukee and Indiana. Milwaukee should beat them, but you just never know. You don't know what's gonna how that game's gonna turn, especially if Milwaukee does not get Giannis Antetokounmpo back. If they don't get Giannis back, not to say that it'll make it easier for Indiana. I don't think it'll make it easier, but I do think that it can change the complexion of that series. So we definitely hopefully we see Giannis get back. Never want to see anybody out with injuries, especially when it's your star or leading players. You don't want to see them guys out with injuries. You want to see kind of everybody playing at full force, and that's kind of how you want to look at that. We look at these other games: Oklahoma City, New Orleans. Like I said, they don't play till tomorrow, along with Cleveland and Orlando. We got Cleveland and Orlando tomorrow at 1 on TNT. We have Oklahoma City and New Orleans at 3:30 tomorrow on TNT. And then we also have at 6 o'clock on TNT, Boston, Miami. So TNT's got a triple header of NBA basketball for tomorrow. Tonight it is ESPN with the triple header. So we'll definitely be looking forward to that. We talked OKC, New Orleans. OKC, definitely the better of the two teams here. Just based on how they've played, each of them have played this year. This could be a series where OKC does sweep New Orleans 4-0. But we shall see tomorrow at 3:30 when they square off in New Orleans. New Orleans is usually a better road team than they are a home team. They actually have a better record on the road. They shoot better on the road than they do at home. So it'll be interesting to see how New Orleans plays at home tomorrow. It's part of your TNT triple header. We have Cleveland at 1 o'clock tomorrow on TNT. Cleveland and Orlando, 1 o'clock TNT. Oklahoma City, New Orleans, 3:30 on TNT. And Boston, Miami at 6 o'clock tomorrow on TNT. And then, of course, we close the night out tomorrow night. National game on ABC, 8:30 p.m. Denver Nuggets, LA Lakers. So we definitely have a nice group of games tomorrow for the NBA. Definitely look forward to watching those games tomorrow and tonight to kind of see where this tournament to the NBA Finals is going to lead. See who ends up where. So definitely be interesting to check that out. NBA is always exciting this time of year, and like I said, a few key guys are out and injured. Hopefully, those guys get back to their teams. And if they get back to their teams, then everything should be pretty good to go for those guys. So we are here just to remind everybody, we are here live, Choffin Career and Technical Center. We are broadcasting live, and we're having a good time down here. Today is market day. We've got classes outside. We've got classes inside. And, excuse me. Everybody is just kind of out here, displaying what we do. Got to re-wet the whistle. We have every one of the programs here at Choffin is out. They have what they do on display. You can see we've been on now for almost 2 hours. We're coming up on 2 hours here at the bottom of the hour. We've talked Choffin. We've talked Market Day here that we got going on and what we've got going on here at Market Day. We have also talked, we've talked some movies, some of the new movies coming out, some of the movies that are out in theaters right now. We've talked about those. We've talked about the NBA playoffs a little bit here. Games we got coming up this week, what to look for, what to watch for. We definitely always want to, be doing that. We were supposed to be live streaming on Facebook today, but for some reason our StreamYard, they have an issue. They've been having some issues with Facebook, so we can't even get on to Facebook, unfortunately. But we will post this video up there for those of you to watch that would like to watch it. So moving on. Let's talk NFL Draft. NFL Draft was exciting last night. Boy, was it exciting. If you're a Browns fan, wasn't so exciting for you Browns fans, as the Browns had no pick in the first round. None. The Steelers had the number 20 pick, and the 49ers had the number 31 pick. But before we jump into who got picked where, for those of you that didn't watch the draft, let's go into and let's talk about some of the pressing areas that the Steelers need this year as far as, getting better. Oh, nobody cares about the Browns either, but Patriots? Who likes that stinky team? Huh? Should be here within this next, between now and 11. So let's get back into the draft. So before the draft started, some of the needs here, especially for my beloved Pittsburgh Steelers, were offensive line. They specifically offensive tackle and center, wide receiver. Defense, they needed a cornerback and a defensive tackle. And other needs that they needed would be inside linebacker. A lot of analysts predict that they would prioritize offensive line and cornerback in the first round, and wide receiver could be addressed in a later round. And Pittsburgh usually does a pretty good job of picking up wide receivers in the second, third rounds, late round guys that can really come out and do the work and put it in, put the effort in, and they've had some success with drafting those kind of guys. And then when we get into the Browns, as I said, the Browns had no pick in the first round. The Browns have a pretty strong core, not too many glaring weaknesses. But if we talk, if we're going to talk about quickly off the bat, if we talk about some of their needs, they'll be looking at guys, maybe some, jeez. Who? No, they should come in. They should come into the front. They should come in the front door and go to the office.
Right.
And then they should. And Chick-fil-A might even call me.
Okay.
So I'll keep an eye on see if they call me. All right. So going into the draft, the Browns didn't really have. They didn't really have anybody. They didn't have a first round pick. So going into this, of course, that's because of the Deshaun Watson trade, which has so far proved to be a bad trade. But we will see as time goes on if that changes. When you're talking defensive line, Browns need some interior defensive line help. They could use a potential depth at defensive tackle. Interior offensive line is another area. They could be looking at a guard, to kind of help bolster some of that depth that they have on their offensive line. Wide receiver, the Browns have a strong receiving core, but they could add another wide receiver, maybe somebody who excels at yards after the catch, and could further enhance their passing offense. Running back, while Nick Chubb is the star, finding a capable backup to ensure a strong rushing attack, even when Chubb isn't on the field, would definitely help them. So I think running back could be a position that they maybe look at there. But the Browns are going to target these, in the middle rounds. I think they'll prioritize athletic defensive tackles or interior offensive linemen. And then they could also address wide receiver and running back in those later rounds. When we get to the 49ers, they have the 31st pick in the draft. They're looking for an offensive tackle, predominantly to replace Trent Williams. They could be looking for wide receiver, interior offensive line, safety, or cornerback. So those are positions that they could be looking at as they move forward. Their top needs, as we talked about for the Niners, are cornerback. Both starting positions could be upgraded, and also maybe specifically for the nickel, or someone to develop into a future starter alongside Charvarius Ward. Offensive line, while they do have a solid offensive line overall, there's always room for improvement, particularly at right tackle. So they could target a player that could compete for a starting job immediately. At wide receiver, They're looking for another threat there. This could be a slot guy or even someone who complements Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk well. Now, at tight end, while George Kittle is a star, finding a young tight end to develop as his future replacement or to provide depth wouldn't be a bad move, especially if you can get a guy that maybe carries some of his same skill set that George Kittle does. They could always pair George Kittle with that future replacement guy that they bring in, depth guy, and they can work alongside together to run a bigger set, especially in the 49ers, run heavy type offense. 49ers like to run a lot, do a lot of play action pass and things like that. So definitely that's kind of where they're going to be at. And of course, coming into the draft, many analysts predicted the Niners would use their first round pick on either a cornerback or an offensive lineman, depending on what was available. So some other things to consider too. Overall, the Niners are looking for players who can contribute to their already strong team and help them contend for a championship. Coming off of last year, I think they were a little disappointed in how their season went. I don't think they expected it to go the way it did. So when we talk draft day one, like I said, Browns, no first round pick. The Steelers had the number 20 pick, and the 49ers have the number 31 pick. Rounds 2 through 3 start tonight at 7 p.m. So round 2, Steelers have pick 51. The Browns have pick 54. And the 49ers have pick 63. That's in round 2. Round 3, the Steelers have pick 84. The Browns have pick 85. The 49ers have pick 94. And the Steelers have pick 98. So second and third rounds are going to be interesting. Browns and Niners each have 2 picks. And the Steelers have 3 picks in these next 2 rounds. So it'll definitely be interesting to see where that goes and how that develops. Alrighty, so we're going to take a couple minutes break here. We're going to let everybody kind of stretch their legs because we're doing this till 2 o'clock this afternoon. So we're going to take a short break, and we're going to kind of jump out, and we will be right back. What's up, everybody? We're back here live on Choffin Broadcasting. Let's get back into it. So we were just a little bit ago, we talked a little bit about the NFL draft and kind of went over what picks, who had what picks in the first round. Browns, of course, had no picks in the first round. Steelers had pick 20, and the 49ers picked 31. But before we get to who they chose and what happened there, let's kind of run through the draft in order yesterday. To nobody's surprise, after the Bears traded Justin Fields to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Huh? So you're gonna help them and then go up? All right, that's fine. Yep. Sorry about that. We had one of my students interrupting me. No big deal. So let's jump back into it. So number one pick went to the Chicago Bears, and of course, they got that pick in a trade from Carolina. And who did they select? None other than Caleb Williams, quarterback from USC. We kind of all saw this coming because, as you know, the Bears traded Justin Fields to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So they had a need there at quarterback. And with the Bears thought they were getting a generational prospect at their quarterback position and instantly make Chicago a playoff contender for the NFC, at least on paper. Agreed for that. Most gave that an A. And then you move on to the second pick, the Washington Commanders. Seems like this team just goes through quarterback after quarterback and can never really settle on that franchise quarterback. Hopefully that changes here. The Washington Commanders selected Jaden Daniels, quarterback from LSU. And according to Sport Track, his rookie contract be 4 years, $36.8 million. Daniels, he came off last year. He had a total of 50 touchdowns, threw for 40, earned him the Heisman Trophy last year. So it should be interesting to see what he does. He comes in a team with a revamped offensive line, top receiver Terry McLaurin. So it should be interesting to see what he does for Washington. I give this a B+ grade for him. We move on to the New England Patriots. They've been trying to find a quarterback ever since Tom Brady left. They've struggled to find that quarterback. But New England picks Drake May, quarterback from North Carolina. Oh, we got a New England fan here. Look out. They take Drake May, quarterback from North Carolina. He was considered one of the best two quarterbacks in this class alongside Caleb Williams. Ultimately, he did show his talents with the Tar Heels in the past 2 years, throwing 62 touchdowns compared to only 16 interceptions. With May, the Patriots have a 6'4", 223-pound signal caller with some mobility, a huge arm, and he's a great prospect, talent, and I give New England an A- grade on this. I think they are hoping that they got the quarterback of the future here with Drake May. Then we move to the number 4 pick. That is the Arizona Cardinals, or as I like to call them, Pittsburgh Steelers West. They go out and they select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver from Ohio State. No questioning about the talent of this young man here. When we talk about talent, Marvin Harrison Jr., son of Hall of Famer and Indianapolis Colt great Marvin Harrison. He is seen to be as a generational prospect, some of the vein of Calvin Johnson or Jamar Chase. Harrison can do it all. Past 2 years with the Buckeyes, over 144 passes caught, over 2,400 yards and 28 touchdowns. Now, while Rome Odunze and Malik Neighbors are tremendous, neither has the vast potential or the sky-high floor of Harrison. This is an A+ pick for Arizona, as they lost Hollywood Brown. He signed a 1-year deal with, I believe it was Kansas City. So they were looking for some pass catching abilities, and boy, do they get it there with Marvin Harrison Jr. We move on to the Chargers. Everybody predicted that the Chargers were going to take J.C. Latham here, offensive tackle. No. Jim Harbaugh in his first draft goes all out and takes Joe Alt, offensive tackle from Notre Dame. He was consensus to be the top tackle across the board. So the Los Angeles Chargers come up. They take Joe Alt here, 6'8", 315 pounds. He should slide immediately into left tackle as a starter. He's a two-time All-American, 3-year starter. He's definitely polished in both the run and pass game and gives the Chargers a huge boost up front. Moving on to the number 6 pick, we had the New York Giants last night. New York Giants selected Malik Neighbors, wide receiver from LSU. Boy, did they need this here. A lot of people thought the Giants would maybe go quarterback or offensive line. They kind of surprised everybody here, and they take Neighbors from LSU. He's a top 3 talent at wide receiver, so this should be a big pickup. Should be able to help New York in their passing game. Of course, they bring Jones back again for another year. A lot of people wanted Jones to be gone, but they bring Daniel Jones back just to kind of see what they can do. They definitely have to put some talent around him in order for him to succeed. And Neighbors is the start of that. So we'll kind of see what the Giants do in the second half, rounds 2 and 3 of the draft. And then as we move forward, it should be quite exciting to see what some of these teams do this weekend in the draft. Then we move on to the Tennessee Titans. Tennessee Titans here, rebuilding. So they get offensive tackle J.C. Latham from Alabama. Big guy here, 342-pound behemoth, dominant run blocker. He should be very good. He started over 27 games in the last 2 years for the Crimson Tide. So he's going to be a big pickup for the Tennessee Titans. I give that a B grade there. The surprise pick of the draft, I got to say, and I think this took a lot of people by surprise, was the Atlanta Falcons, right? So the Atlanta Falcons had signed Kirk Cousins to a $100 million contract in the offseason. And what do with their first-round draft pick? They turn around to number 8, and they select Michael Penix Jr., the quarterback from Washington. Boy, this took everybody by surprise. Well, he's a fascinating prospect. He looks to be one of the more complete quarterbacks. He is a little bit older than the other quarterbacks that were previously drafted in the draft at 24. And he also had some injury concerns, pair of torn ACLs in college. And he did struggle a little bit in Indiana before he transferred to Washington, where he took off in a huge way. In the past 2 years, though, Penix threw for over 9,500 yards and 67 touchdowns. He's got a terrific arm, beautiful touch. He's got power to that arm. If Penix can stay healthy, he definitely has the talent to be an upper-tier quarterback here in the NFL. The only question is, what is the fit with Kirk Cousins to a 4-year, $100 million deal? The pick is kind of questionable, right? So what do? I mean, you're signing a quarterback that's older, and I could see maybe if he was a 21-year-old quarterback and you go and draft him. But this quarterback's 24 years old, and you got Kirk Cousins on a 4-year, $100 million deal. To me, I give that grade a D pick. But we'll see what happens with that pick as Atlanta moves on and into the season. Then the Bears pick the number 1. They come back at number 9, and they pick Rome Odunze, wide receiver from Washington. He was one of Michael Penix's huge targets here at Washington. He's going to come in. He caught 92 passes last year for 1,640 yards and 13 touchdowns. He's just another Washington receiver that comes out with a 1,000-yard receiving season. At 6'3", 212 pounds, the Las Vegas native, he can win with size and speed. He runs a 4.45 out of the breaks. He's the total package for the Bears, and he should be an elite receiver early on. And of course, Chicago, they're matching him in there with the trade that they made to get Keenan Allen, and then of course DJ Moore. So Chicago looks to be locked and loaded and ready to fight for that NFC North. It's going to be a huge battle up there. Minnesota, number 10 pick. They took J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback from Michigan. Now, this was a big pick for Minnesota, because they had lost Kirk Cousins on that $100 million deal that he signed with Atlanta. Of course, they had Josh Dobbs there, who started in place of a hurt Cousins last year. He did fairly decent. He's moved on now to San Francisco, so that left a huge room for the Vikings at the quarterback spot. And, of course, they go and they take J.J. McCarthy from Michigan, the national champion quarterback. He looks to be starting for the Minnesota Vikings come next year. I give it a B- on that pick, but definitely needed there by the Minnesota Vikings. Then we move on to number 11, Olamanuwa Fashunu, offensive tackle from Penn State. The Jets, they draft him because they needed some protection there for Aaron Rodgers. And boy, did they need it for Aaron Rodgers, because He played maybe, what was it, 4 plays last year and tore that Achilles. And so now they're looking for some protection to keep him upright. And boy, do they get it with Fashanu. Started 21 games, dominating at left tackle. Now, beyond Alt, who was taken at number 5 by the Chargers, I think they got the next best tackle in the class, giving the Jets a tone setter on the left side. And definitely going to be a help to keeping Aaron Rodgers upright and all that. Then we get to number 12, the Denver Broncos. Bo Nix, the quarterback. He started out at Auburn, struggled over 3 seasons there, transferred to Oregon, took off. In last season, he had 45 touchdown passes compared to only 3 interceptions. While his size isn't great at 6'2", 214, he does have a little bit of mobility, not much. But if he continues trending upward, he could be a quality NFL quarterback. But the Denver Broncos definitely needed a quarterback as they released can't think of the guy's name, Russell Wilson. Yeah. So they released Russell Wilson, and of course the Steelers signed him, and the Denver Broncos are on the hook for $39 million of his contract this year. Then we move to number 13, the Las Vegas Raiders. Everybody thought here that they might go quarterback, but all the quarterbacks that were considered to be the top or elite of the class were all gone. So they go in another direction, and they take tight end Brock Bowers from Georgia. Easily the top tight end in the class. If he would have came out last year, would have been a number 1, probably would have been arguably maybe the number 1 pick. He's 6'3", 243, but he's undersized. But his athleticism is just absolutely crazy. He's also a willing blocker. Does need to improve on his blocking a little bit, but he still is a top 10 player in this rookie class, and I give Las Vegas an A grade on that pick. Number 14, the New Orleans Saints. They select offensive tackle Tylese Fayuga from Oregon State. He was a 2-year starter. He's a star right tackle, earned all Pac-12 honors. He's an instant upgrade for the Saints. He's 6'6", 324 pounds, although there's some work that needs to be done with his run blocking. If he can fix that area, he will definitely be a quality tackle in the NFL for a decade. I give him a B grade there. Finally, we get to the first defensive player selected in the first round, and it didn't come until pick 15. The Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, edge rusher from UCLA. He probably didn't get the publicity of a Jared Verse or Dallas Turner going into the draft, but make no mistake, he's definitely on the same level. In 2 seasons with UCLA, he posted 23.5 sacks, 34 tackles for loss after he transferred over from Washington. Now, he did have a neck injury that did occur in his days with the Huskies, so that is kind of a concern. He did have to move over to UCLA to get clearance to come back and play in the NFL, to play in college. Injury is a little bit of a concern there, but he's been cleared by doctors to play, and so we give him an A- grade on the pick for the Indianapolis Colts. The first defensive player taken in the first round of the draft. Didn't come until pick 15. Wow. Pick number 16, we got the Seattle Seahawks. They took the defensive tackle, the big guy from Texas, Byron Murphy II. He dominated last year as a defensive tackle in this class in the Big 12. 6 sacks, 11.5 tackles for loss. More importantly, his traits jump off on the tape. He's 297 pounds, incredible power off the line. He can hold his own against double teams while also penetrating on pass plays. It'll definitely be interesting to see how Murphy approaches adding some weight at the next level. I give this a B+ grade. We move on from that. Minnesota Vikings. They got moved up to the number 17 pick in a trade. They take Dallas Turner, edge rusher. This was something that they needed. Minnesota did give up 3 picks, including a pair of 2025 choices to move up these 6 spots. So I think they overpaid a little bit. That's why for this I only give them a C+. I think they overpaid a little bit to move up those 6 spots in the draft. I think they could have got away with something a little bit cheaper on that. But sometimes when there's a guy you want, you pay to move up to get him, because if you don't, sometimes you could be kicking yourself in the butt down the road that you didn't. Number 18 pick, the Cincinnati Bungholes, the other team from Ohio, down south in Ohio here. The Cincinnati Bungholes take Amarius Mims, offensive tackle from Georgia. Mims is a kind of polarizing prospect here for the draft. He's a huge left tackle, only started 8 games at the college level. Yet because of his obscene tape, he's a worthy first-round pick. This guy measures 6'8", 340 pounds. It'll give him the ability to dominate at the point of attack. He's also agile enough to handle the different types of pass rush moves, which makes him an elite prospect. However, he does have injury concerns, so for this reason, I give this a B selection. At number 19, the Los Angeles Rams. This is the first time they have had a selection since they drafted Jared Goff in 2006 or 2008. So it's been quite a while since they've had a pick here. But they do come back in, and they take Jared Verse, edge rusher from Florida State. He started with the Albany Great Danes and then transferred to the Seminoles in Tallahassee. Over 2 years with Florida State, 9 sacks in each campaign, and he totaled 29.5 sacks for loss. The 6'4", 254-pound Verse, ideal size for an edge rusher. Look for his athleticism to be a huge part of his game early on. And so I give this grade an A-. The Pittsburgh Steelers, my beloved Steelers. Troy Fontenot, offensive lineman for Washington. Troy Fautanu. Offensive lineman from Washington. He's one of the more experienced linemen in this class. Started 31 games for the Huskies. He was also part of one of the nation's best lines, protecting Michael Penix. He has flexibility to play the tackle or to jump down into the inside guard. Considering his size, 6'4", 317, he may benefit from a little bit of NFL room to bulk up if he needed. I give this grade a B for the Steelers. Hopefully they can do more with the 3 picks they have in the next 2 rounds. Alrighty, so we're going to stop right there at number 20. That's the first 20 picks of the NFL draft from yesterday. We'll cover some more of these later on. We'll pick up at 21 and cover the rest of the first round. But like I said, the big surprises in the first 20 picks of the draft. Of course, it was the Atlanta Falcons at number 8, taking Michael Penix Jr. Nobody thought they would do that after signing Kirk Cousins to a 4-year, $100 million deal. But hey, this is the NFL and they got money to spend, so why not spend it? So they go and they draft Michael Penix, and I can understand why. You've got Kirk Cousins coming off a season-ending injury, right? You don't know what you're getting, even though you signed him to this huge deal. So you're going to need somebody in there that can maybe jump in and play if they have to. And Michael Penix is one of those guys that can be ready to jump right in for the Falcons should something go awry with Kirk Cousins come back from injury this year. So I kind of understand why they do it. Left some people's heads scratching. But to me, I think it's a pick to make sure that, you have that backup quarterback. I mean, we saw last year with the Steelers, they went through all 3 of their quarterbacks on their team, and, nobody could really do much of anything other than Mason Rudolph, and he's no longer with the team, and neither are the other 2 quarterbacks. So we've had to revamp our whole quarterback room this year. So I think Atlanta maybe kind of took a look at what happened to us last year, and they knew that there was going to be some issues there. And they said, hey, he's here. Let's take him. We'll have our quarterback for the future, our quarterback for now. And I think that's the way they kind of wanted to roll with it. So it was kind of exciting to see that. Definitely some surprises. Minnesota doing 2 trades, overpaying for one, not so much as for the other. So I think it turned out to be a pretty exciting NFL Day 1 draft. And we look forward to see what Day 2 offers with rounds 2 and 3. Like I said earlier, Steelers have 3 picks in these next 2 rounds. Browns have 2 picks. Niners have 2 picks. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in rounds 2 and 3 of the draft. All right, so we will talk to you guys in a little bit. We're going to take another short break here. We'll be streaming all day here until 2 o'clock for Market Day here at Choffin Career and Technical Center. I just want to let everybody know, if you've never been out here before, come on out here to Choffin, 200 Eastwood Street, downtown Youngstown, Ohio. Come down, check out all the different programs they have here. We've got early childhood education, which is right across from us. They've been doing face painting and temporary tattoos, and they've got candy for sale. We've got medical over here doing their thing. We've got culinary over here serving people up some good food. We've got music recording over there. They've been playing some music for the kids. It's just a great time. So if you haven't been out here yet, to Choffin's Market Day. Please come on out, stop out, see what we've got going on out here. This is one of Youngstown's hidden gems. So if you've never been out here before, please get out here and come visit us and see what we've got going on here at Choffin's Market Day. All right, we'll be back in a few minutes.
Sitting good?
All right. Yeah, we're sitting good. All right. Hey, what's up, everybody? We are back here live at Market Day at Choffin Career and Technical Center. As you can see, I've got my podcast partner, Johnny Ciccatelli, back here. Many of you have seen us from Youngstown Mob Talk. Johnny comes in here and helps out a lot. He works on projects that he's got going on, gets the kids involved in film editing and things like that. So it's always great when Johnny can stop by and give his area expertise in filmmaking to the youth that we have here at Choffin. So before I jump in with Johnny here real quick, I just want to tell everybody Market Day, we've got it going on until 2 o'clock today. If you've never been down here to Choffin, we're at 200 East Wood Street, downtown Youngstown, Ohio. Stop down and see what we have to offer here. We've got more than 17 great programs going on for students. I've got the early childhood education is right across from where I'm sitting. They've been doing face painting and tattoos and selling candy, and the kids have just been coming out having a great time. We've got medical over here next to us, kind of showcasing what they do. We've got the food over there from Culinary. Culinary's been banging it out today. They've been working really, really hard, so that there's some good food available for people to come in.
I saw the police and the fire in the parking
Yeah,
lot.
they've got all the fire trucks and the ambulance out there, and so they're showcasing what we do in our fire academy and our junior police academy. We've got graphic design over here. They've got a garage sale going on. They got some cool stuff that you can pick up at a really reasonable price. They got coffee mugs, so if you're looking for a new coffee mug, maybe you broke your favorite coffee mug the other night having coffee, well, come on out and you can get yourself a coffee mug. We've got coffee mugs and all kind of great stuff going on down here. We've got music recording on the other side. They can get you on the microphone and let you record something, and you can hear how you sound when you're recorded. So they do a great job over there at music production, so make sure you come check them out. But Johnny, hey, while I got you here, we've had a lot of episodes come out here recently. We're kind of getting back on track here with our mob talk episodes. So thanks for coming by.
Yeah, of course.
What do we have? What can we tell the audience? What do we have coming up here, mob talk wise? What do we like? Kind of what direction are we moving in?
Well, direction-wise, we're trying to kind of showcase some new stories, right? We have an episode coming up soon. Our next episode will be all about a different perspective that you might not have heard from on our show Youngstown Mob Talk, or just in the Youngstown Mob stuff in general. And in that we have a special guest, Benjamin Holmes. Benjamin Holmes is a Youngstown resident. He is an African American and was big in the 1970s. He was a business owner. He had a muffler shop. He specialized in drag racing, that kind of thing, like fixing people's cars for drag racing, and which was really big, especially in the late 70s. So he could install a muffler in your car that you would flip a switch and it would turn your muffler. You could go from normal sounding to the racing sound that the
open headers type sound.
Exactly,
yeah.
that they wanted. But if the cops might have come get you, you could flip the switch, say, "Oh, my muffler sounds fine."
Right.
But in that line of business, he was eventually approached by some people in the criminal underground who wanted him to turn mufflers into silencers for pistols. So we're talking lawnmower mufflers now, like small ones. So they would ask him to, if he could convert these lawnmower mufflers into silencers. And I don't want to spoil it too much now, but it ends up taking, just tumbling and getting bigger and bigger and snowballing until all of a sudden Ben finds himself in an awkward predicament, and he can't get out. So now he becomes linked with, some people that knew your uncle Joey Naples, as well as another faction that people never really talk about in organized crime. In the African American side of the community, there were guys. He refers to them as like wannabe Muslims is what he called them, fake Muslims.
Okay.
They were guys back in the late 70s who, like Muhammad Ali changed his religion and adopted Islam.
Right.
A lot of guys did as well. But according to Ben Holmes, these guys weren't real. They never really practiced the religion. They kind of just did it as the trend, and they wanted to be gangsters. So these guys came in. They wanted to be gangsters, and what they ended up doing was
Good.
they muscled their way in, and so they saw a guy like Ben, and they thought that they could use Ben, and they could manipulate him. Well, eventually then some mobsters heard that he was also working with
Did you buy
these
this for
guys.
me? Oh, thank you.
Oh, Mr. Naples just got himself a gift. There you go.
I got to show this real quick. So, Corinne, one of my seniors, great student, she presented me with this mug, Teacher Fuel. I'll definitely be using that. I appreciate that. Thanks, Corinne.
Coffee.
Yeah, right.
So, but anyways, our next episode will be all about Ben Holmes. He wrote a great book called Mob Deep. If you get a chance, check out that book, Mob Deep, and we'll break the whole thing down in the next episode.
And it's a wild and crazy story. I mean,
I haven't even gotten to the really interesting stuff yet. I mean, there's faking his own death, going on the lam for decades, the corrupt, some corrupt police in the Mahoning Valley, everything that Ben kind of encountered, just a crazy, crazy story, and one that you don't really ever hear about.
Right.
A perspective you don't really get a lot.
Absolutely. Johnny, we talk, extensively about the things that we research and things like that. And, Benjamin Holmes stories is one of those kind of, some people wouldn't believe it.
No.
Right?
No.
It's just one of those stories that, like, you hear it and you go, that can't be true. But
And
it is.
and it should be a movie one day because it has, from beginning to end, I mean, the end of the story is unbelievable.
Well, and what's fascinating, and we don't hear a lot about this when we talk organized crime, and it's kind of a sad that we don't, because, there was a huge element in the African American community here in Youngstown that was involved in all of that.
Yeah.
Numbers running, huge numbers running, and we know that the term "the bug," right, came from the South.
Yep.
They brought it up here.
It came from the black migrant workers who came up during, I believe, World War I, to fill the factory jobs that were the soldiers had gone away to war. Then they needed to keep those factories going, so they brought workers up in from the South. And according to Alan May's book, Crime Town USA, the term "the bug" was pretty much coined by the black migrant workers who came up from the South. And in Youngstown, it stuck, and it was so prevalent. I mean, the newspapers called it the bug. Everybody called the politicians called it the bug.
Right.
So, it was pretty influential. Now, we do know that eventually other ethnic groups took control of the bug in Youngstown, the numbers racket. But there still were, little numbers houses, in the African American communities in Youngstown and around town. And, you don't hear about that was when the bug's heyday, when the bug kind of collapsed and ended, or not ended, I want to say, but stopped being the big force that it was what, around 60, before 60, it was in the 50s.
Yeah, it's kind of weird here in Youngstown, right?
Yeah.
Because the bug it didn't really fall, it fell off, but it didn't fall off disappeared, like we think it would maybe in other bigger cities where they had other forms of gambling that became, the vice, slot machines, horse racing, betting on sports, those type of things. Those seem to become bigger and bigger and bigger, and then of course as those became bigger, your pool of numbers players got a little smaller and smaller and smaller. But if we look back to the rate of the All-American Club, right? How did the All-American Club get rated? They were watching numbers guys pick up slips and drop slips off to the All-American Club. So it's still it still had its spot in this area going into the 90s.
Yeah, I was thinking more, the notoriety seemed to fall off
Right,
after the 4 big bug houses were collapsed in the 40s, right?
right,
And then it became, guys like your great uncle Sandy Naples and Vince De Niro in the 1950s,
Yeah.
who became the policy kings.
Right.
They ran their own bug operations, were very successful with it, up through the 50s. And then, the traditional families, the Pittsburgh and Cleveland families, I guess you want to say, kind of, controlled anything from the mid 60s on.
yeah,
But what's interesting is we know in Ohio, right, the state lottery becomes legal in the late 70s.
right,
Now, you would think, well, today, you might think, well, oh, that must have been the end of the mob's lottery, right? The fake lottery, or the bug.
right,
No, the mob actually continued to run the lottery after it became legal in the state,
Yep.
and what they did was genius.
yeah,
They gave better odds.
yeah,
So their customer base still continued to play with them and they would still play the state lottery too.
right,
You put $1 on the state lottery, you might put $2 on the same number
right.
with your local bug
Well,
guy.
and the other advantage that the mob had when it came to the lottery, right? Your minimum bet through the state was 50 cents. So you had to have at least 50 cents to bet.
Yeah.
Whereas with the bug guys, if you had a dime, if you had a penny, and that's
yeah.
all you had, you could still bet it. They would take it.
They take
you
anything
know?
you got.
A penny on 601 odds, that's $60 in your pocket.
Now, what was
You
it? Now, in the guys here up by the 90s, right? They were still doing
Right.
The bug operation. They would go, I think it was like Pennsylvania. Do you know how that worked?
So they had a couple different ways that they would switch up the number. So, like, for example, we know back in the early days they would use sometimes they would use the race wire, right? They would say we're going to take Gulfstream's 10th race, and whatever comes out, that's what the number's going to be, right? But then I think they started running into issues where if there was 10 horses and you'd get a 10-9-3 first 3 finish. Well, how do you put that in the 3-digit number? You don't. So then they started using the stock,
Yeah.
New York Stock Exchange, whatever the closing dollar amount was for that day. That's, the first 3 numbers, that would be the number, or the last, however. They would kind of choose and decide. But then what they started doing is they started doing, they would take Pennsylvania's 3-digit number for the evening, and that would be the winning number here in Ohio.
Yeah.
And then vice versa. Pennsylvania would take Ohio's winning 3-digit number, and that would be the winning number in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Um,
That's interesting.
so,
But what we were talking about with the African American community and, in Youngstown. So obviously that was there. And we go all the way to the 90s now. The 80s, drugs kind of comes into Youngstown and things change.
yeah,
Money starts moving much more into drugs
right.
and and gambling as well. But by the 1990s, Lenny Strollo's crew in particular, they were working with guys, in the African American community, guys like Jeff Riddle, Levance Turnage, their crew.
Well, too, if you look back at it, so a good analogy, the way you can kind of compare Strollo's crew working with the African American community and, say, Joey's crew back in the 60s and 70s working with the African American community,
Yeah.
2 different things,
Yeah.
two different kinds of animals, right? So the early days, the African Americans would lay off their bets and their numbers through the Naples crew. So we have FBI documentation where they would go and meet at a farmhouse out in Lowville, right? And the guy who was in charge of the African American numbers, their lottery, he would meet up with Joey and they would count slips and all that.
Yeah.
And they had a farmhouse. They actually got busted by undercovers, out there meeting to count the money up. Now, when you move into the 90s with Strollo's crew,
Things get a little more violent.
a little bit more violent,
Yeah.
more dealing in drugs, right? So this was at a time when we were in an economic downturn here in the valley for sure.
Yeah.
We were losing other steel mills that had remained open after Black Monday, right?
Mhm.
So all these smaller steel mills were either closing or getting bought up. And so at the time, who had the money? The drug dealers, and the street gangs. And those were the guys that had the money. So those are the guys that you were going to cater to for your gambling and your your vices.
They'd open up all these clubs around Camel. They'd bring these guys in, and they actually would cheat them.
Yeah.
They would use, rigged dice, and then, card. They would Jeff Riddle apparently was a very good underhanded card dealer kind of guy.
Yeah.
They would cheat these guys, lure them in and cheat them. And whatever they could do to make money.
Yeah.
And Jeff Riddle had a crew who, Bernie Altshuler and Lenny Strollo kind of ordered things through some of their violent acts.
Right.
We know Mark Bacho became a part of that crew. They used him for a lot of things. And but yeah, there's just different perspectives. So again, going back to our Benjamin Holmes episode, I really hope you guys check that out. That's we have a YouTube channel called youtube.com/amazing podcast company. Our show is called Youngstown Mob Talk. You're actually able to find it anywhere you can get amazing podcasts. So that's Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, anywhere like that. You can also listen to the audio. So check out Youngstown Mob Talk, because this next episode's great, and we might actually even split it into 2 episodes. We'll see. But Ben Holmes, what a story!
You got some great interview footage too with him.
He was just the guy lived a story that it should be a movie, because it's a you can't write this stuff. If you wrote it and showed it to somebody, they'd probably tell you, oh, you should change that. That's not really believable, and
Right.
But it really happened.
Yeah.
So just fascinating stuff.
And how many times do we find that? That's the crazy thing about the Youngstown
stories.
organized crime and Youngstown mob history.
People,
the craziest things. I mean, we got the Benjamin Holmes story, right? People would, like you said, people would read it and go, "There's no way that can be true," but it is. Then you get somebody like, Siraki, right? They find that guy,
Siraki.
stabbed over 100 times in his car, and they never solved the case and can't really figure out who did it or what. It's another one of those crazy stories like that can't be true, but it is, right?
There have been people, I want to say, over a dozen times I've heard it. People that know one specific element of the Youngstown underground stories. They'll tell me, God, that's got to be that's so unbelievable. It should be a movie.
Yeah.
That guy's story is so unbelievable. It should be a movie. And it just keeps happening again and again and again.
Well, look at the characters that we have here. Normally when you think of mob guys, right? That recent bust with the Genovese family in New York, right?
Yeah.
And you hear guys like, Sal the fisherman, or some of these crazy names that they come up with.
Yeah.
We had those kind of characters right here in Youngstown.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of them.
There's there's a reason. That's why Jim and I we're moving to the next step, right? We do a lot of these podcasts. We've done some live shows. I just shot a documentary about Charlie Cavallero, sole survivor of the 1962 Mafia car bombing on Youngstown's North Side, that took the life of his father, Cadillac Charlie Cavallero, and his younger brother, Tommy Cavallero. Charlie was just 12 years old. He survived. We just shot a documentary on his story. That's another one of those stories. It's nowhere else in America will you see that plot happen in real life, where innocent children, blown up in a car bomb in a mafia vendetta. As tragic as it was, it's a story that Charlie, finally agreed to tell for the first time to a wider audience. And he even told us, and he told the local news media here, that it's a story that should not be forgotten. Those are his
absolutely.
words.
Absolutely. I
And,
mean,
and we love Charlie. And if you're watching this, Charlie, I've been on the mend a little bit, so I haven't reached out to you a little bit lately, but I will. But it's a story. His words were perfect. It's a story that should not be forgotten, because if you forget your history,
you're doomed to
you're
repeat it.
doomed to repeat it.
Absolutely. You know, and it was that was a great night when we had that show. I'm looking forward to the documentary. Some of the stuff that I haven't seen yet. So I think that's going to be excellent. You know, we just got so much going on, and we're hoping that documentary. We're hoping to have that done to be released at film festivals this summer. We want to get that out there, and hopefully we can get it to a major platform.
It's currently in the post-production process right now. We're editing that project. I got another documentary that I shot last year as well, not mob related, that is also in the editing process right now, about a concert at the River Rock at the Amp. And yeah, I tell you what, I'm getting a call right now from somebody, a source. I gotta take it.
Friend of ours.
Friend of ours.
All
I
right.
gotta take it. So I'll be back.
All right. So while Johnny goes and takes this call, I just want to remind everybody we are here live today at Market Day, Choffin Career and Technical Center, 200 Eastwood Street, Youngstown, Ohio, downtown Youngstown. Come on out, check us out. You got to see all these great programs that we have here to offer for juniors and seniors. We also have adult education here. So, you know, maybe if you want to get in that medical field, you can get in that medical field as a junior, stay here through a senior, graduate, and then you can jump right into the adult education programming that they do offer here at Choffin. As far as high school programming, we have early childhood education. We have my courses, which is audio and video broadcasting. We have the UMed Academy. We have culinary arts. We have graphic design. We have game design and development. We have audio production and recording. It's just, you know, great programs here at Choffin. If you haven't, like I said, if you haven't been out, today's market day. We'll be going on till approximately 2 o'clock today. So please stop out, come see us, come over and stop here at the podcast table, jump on a podcast with me, and we'll get here and, you know, we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. You know, we were just talking with my podcast partner, Johnny Ciccatelli, talking about our Youngstown Mob Talk that we do. Some great episodes we've got coming up that we've been working on. We're constantly shooting episodes and trying to have content for you, at least on a bi-weekly basis, so that you can continue to enjoy, you know, the history of organized crime here in the Valley. We have a few other projects that we have in development. For example, we are working on trying to set up a organized crime research center at the public library here in downtown Youngstown. That takes a lot of work. It entails us, you know, coming up with documents, FOIA files from the FBI on local organized crime figures. But we're not just limiting it to our local organized crime. Any organized crime, we want to build this into a one-of-a-kind research facility. So we're working with the Mahoning County Youngstown Public Library to make that happen. That's still in the development phase. We don't have anything concrete on that yet, but we will be getting into talks with them here hopefully soon, as to kind of what it would look like, how we would set it up, and what we would go about as far as, you know, getting documents in there and building that library of documents. My thought was to start with the Joey Naples files, 48,000 pages worth of files. To me, that would seem like a good start to kick off a organized crime research center. So we will see where that goes. Fingers crossed that comes out and opens up well, because I think that will open up a way for the library to bring in authors, host other types of shows, maybe some podcast conventions, things like that, and to really bring some attention to the history of the Mahoning Valley, and to our libraries here that we have. We have one of the best library systems, bar none. I will put our library system up against anyone anywhere in the country. I think our library system is that top notch. So moving on from that, we'll see if Johnny comes back. Johnny comes back. We'll talk a little bit more mob. So we've talked about today. We've done a little bit of movie talk. We've talked a little bit of Major League Baseball. We talked a little bit of NBA. Should be unlocked. If it's not, let me know. We talked NBA. We talked some NFL. We've talked a ton of NFL draft. We kind of went through the first 20 picks of the draft. So let's jump right back in with the NFL draft. Let's pick that back up. And we'll start at pick 21. So we did the first 20 picks earlier. We're going to jump back in now, bring you back into some NFL talk. So last night we had the first round of the NFL draft. The Miami Dolphins, pick number 21. They chose Chop Robinson, the edge rusher from Penn State. This guy's an incredible athlete. He's 254 pounds. He ran a sub-4.5 40-yard dash at the scouting combine. With the Lions, Nittany Lions, he was a 2-year starter after his transfer from Maryland. During his time with the Nittany Lions, he had 9.5 sacks, 17.5 tackles for loss. And he's got top-notch athleticism, and he wreaks havoc off the edge. This is a good pickup for the Miami Dolphins. Definitely needed a good edge rusher there. I do give this pick, though, a C. The Philadelphia Eagles. They took the Mid-American Conference, the MAC guy, Quinion Mitchell, cornerback from Toledo. Many have argued that he is the best corner in this draft. He dominated Senior Bowl week. He ran a 4.33 40 time at the scouting combine. He's a 2-time All-American. He started 40 games for Toledo over 3 seasons, 46 pass breakups. At 195 pounds, he is the ideal combination of size, speed, and athleticism to go with his ball skills. This is an A grade for the Philadelphia Eagles. They pick up probably what is considered to be the best cornerback in the NFL draft. We move on to number 23. BTJ, Brian Thomas Jr., heads to the Jacksonville Jaguars in a trade from the Minnesota Vikings. This wide receiver here, while he's not on the level of Marvin Harrison Jr. or Rome Odunze or Neighbors, he is the next best option in a loaded receiver class. With the Tigers, he was a role player in 21 before exploded in 2022 and this past fall with 68 catches, 1,177 yards, and 17 touchdowns. Furthermore, he's got great size and speed, 6'3", 209. He runs a 4.33 40. The question is whether he was a one-year wonder who benefited from having Neighbors on opposite to him, or if he's a rapidly ascending talent. Jacksonville got good value here, though it does have a myriad of defensive needs, and it already had plenty of receivers on the roster. It is kind of a weird choice. So for that, we give the Jaguars a C- grade on their draft pick there. At number 24, the Detroit Lions. They took this quarterback who was expected to go earlier in the draft but didn't, Terrion Arnold, cornerback from Alabama. He played opposite Kool-Aid McKinstry there at Alabama. So, he's terrific depth at a mid-first rounder. He and Kool-Aid, they probably made up the best college corner tandem in college football in 2023. Arnold started 2 years with the Crimson Tide, 6 picks, 20 passes defensed. He comes into the NFL 6 foot, 189 pounds, runs a 4.5 40 time, giving him average measurables. However, with the need that the Detroit Lions had here, I give them an A- on this pick. Definitely beefs up Detroit's defense. Look for some big things from Terrion Arnold here in his rookie year. He's looking to make a big splash with his hometown Detroit Lions, who picked him number 24. We move to the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay Packers, they've had a myriad of injury problems on their offensive line. So here they come out and they select offensive tackle Jordan Morgan from Arizona. He's a smooth-moving offensive tackle. He's got plenty of experience. But he has also a long history of getting hurt. In the years between 2020 and 2022, he sustained numerous injuries, including a torn ACL in 2022. That being said, this 6'5", 311-pound tackle provides plenty to work with. He still can add weight. With better technique, he can become above average in both run and pass blocking. I give the Green Bay Packers a C grade here, but Green Bay definitely filled a area of need on that offensive line, as they had David Bakhtiari got hurt last year and was out, and as you could see when he was hurt, their rushing game struggled and their pass protection struggled as well. Now, number 26, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. David Jansen retired this year. So with Jansen retiring, they needed somebody to fill that offensive line. So who do they go get? They go grab Graham Barton. He's an offensive lineman from Duke. This guy started his freshman year at center. Then they moved him around between guard and tackle, where he played very, very well. But here I look for Tampa Bay to move him back into the center position. He's, like I said, he's a very intriguing prospect. He's versatile, can play anywhere on the line. He started 39 games at Duke, 34 of them at tackle, 5 at center. He's 313 pounds. He's a 2-time first-team All-ACC. He's definitely got some power. The big concern for him at center is his height. He's on the tall side for that position. You usually want to have shorter centers, make it easier for your quarterback to see over your center and read the defense. But I give him a B grade here. Tampa Bay definitely filled a need, especially with Baker Mayfield coming back on that big $100 million contract. Baker's going to want to make sure that he stays upright and has some good pass protection and good run blocking in that run game. We move on to pick number 27, the Arizona Cardinals. They got this in a trade from the Houston Texans. They take Darius Robinson, edge rusher from Missouri. Robinson has been climbing over everybody's draft boards these last couple months and put himself into a late first-round conversation. And at number 27, here he goes to the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona, they started off the draft picking Marvin Harrison Jr., adding some wide receiver talent on the offensive end. Now here they go defensive end. They get a 2-year starter. He became a 2-year starter after being a role player in 2019 and 2021. He got 12 of his 13 sacks in 22. He's 6'5", 285 pounds. He's a larger edge who can play inside at times. His versatility should help the Cardinals. He's similar to a player like Charles Emmanuel and D'Amico Autry and others. But I do give Arizona a C grade on this. Then the next pick, number 28, Kansas City Chiefs. They traded with Buffalo in a move-around scenario here. Buffalo moved back. Kansas City moved up. They go and draft the wide receiver from Texas, Xavier Worthy. Worthy is known for his blazing record-setting speed. He ran a 4.21 40-yard dash at the scouting combine. And, just a blistering speed. But there's much more reasons why this Texas product is worthy of first-round choice. He was a 3-year starter for the Texas Longhorns, caught 197 passes for 2,755 yards and 26 touchdowns. He is kind of small, but he does offer you at 5'11", 165. He does give you that potential to use him as a punt returner, kick returner as well. So his size is the chief concern, but he's definitely a significant talent. I think this gives Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes that guy that Mahomes needs to take the top off of defenses so that you can open up Kelsey and other guys in the middle of the field and, of course, on some of the shorter routes and things like that. So I give this grade a B here. But like I said, Patrick Mahomes got his guy to take the top off of defenses now. So look out. Kansas City's reloaded and coming back for another run at another Super Bowl, unfortunately, because I am not a Kansas City fan. All right, anyways, we move on to number 29, the Dallas Cowboys, and they trade with Detroit. They go and select Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle from Oklahoma. Guyton comes from an offensive line factory there at Oklahoma. Oklahoma's turned out some of the best tackle products we've seen here in years. 6'8", 322 pounds. This dude's massive. What's most impressive is at 6'8", 322, his quickness and his ability to climb to the second level. The biggest thing that they'll have to do at the NFL level is refine his technique and work on that. But he does have the agility and versatility to play left or right tackle in the NFL. The other little thing here is he only had 14 career starts for Oklahoma. But, I think Dallas, now that they're going to have to fill that space from Tyron Smith, from him leaving and going over to the Jets. I think Dallas, they pick a guy up here that they really need. They need to strengthen that offensive line for Dak Prescott and that offense. I give them an A grade here. Definitely a good pick in the first round for the Dallas Cowboys. Then we move to pick number 30. Number 30 is the Baltimore Ravens. They go and select cornerback Nate Wiggins from Clemson. He's an exceptional athlete, a little bit undersized at 6'1", 173. The weight probably is one of the things that maybe dropped him down on the draft board. 173 pounds is a little light. You usually want your guys up around 185, 190 in that area. So he's going to have to definitely put on maybe a little bit of weight once he gets to the NFL. That being said, he can overcome many of the issues with his 4.28 speed, a good weight program at the next level. He should be ready to go. At Clemson, Wiggins was a 2-year starter. 48 tackles, 3 picks. With the Ravens, he'll likely be asked to play some zone and off-man coverage. We give this a B- grade to the Baltimore Ravens with the Nate Wiggins pick at number 30. Number 31, the San Francisco 49ers. They go ahead and select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver from Florida. Many kind of shook their head at this pick. It was a little bit of a surprise here, as many expected him to be an early day 2 pick. However, he is an electrifying route runner who can work himself open in a litany of different routes. With the Gators, he caught 65 passes for 965 yards, 4 touchdowns. With Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk potentially nearing the end of their respective times with the 49ers, nabbing Pearsall helps now and later. I give this a B pick here. It remains to be seen if the 49ers move from either Deebo or Brandon Ayuk on day 2 or day 3. Not to say that they couldn't get the equivalent of a first-round pick for him, but that'll be kind of a wait-and-see thing to see what happens as we move into day 2 of the draft. And then finally, the last pick in the first round, the Carolina Panthers trade from the first pick in the second round to the last pick in the first round. And they go ahead and select Xavier Legette, wide receiver from South Carolina. He's a local product for the Panthers, coming via South Carolina. He notched 71 catches, 1,255 yards, and 7 touchdowns. For the Panthers, adding a receiver for a second-year quarterback was an essential need. Now that Dan Morgan has that done, moving into the first round to get a 5th-year option as well. I give this a B-. It's a good pickup. That gives them some extra receiver talent next to Deontay Johnson, who they picked up from the Steelers this offseason. So that's picks 21 through 32 of the NFL draft. While there were some surprises in there, I think for the most part, the middle part of the draft went the way that most people thought it would go. Like I said, biggest surprise would probably be the fact that it was 14 offensive players before the first defensive player was taken. And then, of course, the Michael Penix choice to the Atlanta Falcons. I thought that was kind of a head-scratcher. But, I see both sides of the coin there, why some people shook their head on that. And then, of course, why some people thought it was, a decent pick. So, that's where we stand with the NFL draft. Like I said, we're looking forwards to rounds 2 and 3. Those start tonight at 7 o'clock, so make sure you don't miss that. We also covered that today. We've got NBA playoffs. NBA playoffs are on TV tonight. Today we have at 5:30 on ESPN, we have the number 3 Milwaukee Bucks at the number 6 Indiana Pacers. The series is tied 1-1. It's going to be interesting to see if Giannis Antetokounmpo can come back and play tonight. He's missed the past 2 games with a calf injury. It would be nice to see Giannis come back and get into the game because Milwaukee definitely can use him there at that power forward position. Then we go, our next game after 5:30 is the LA Clippers and the Dallas Mavericks. They will be playing in Dallas at 8 o'clock on ESPN. This series is tied 1-1. It's a 4-5 matchup. The Clippers being the 4 seed, Dallas being the 5 seed. This looks to be another exciting series. That's one thing I can say about the NBA so far this year. We've had some games that were blowouts, but the ones that weren't blowouts, man, were great games. We had some great playing games. And the playoffs, these playoff games are just continuing some of the games that we saw. The big takeaway from last night's game, you had number 2 Denver coming back from a double-digit deficit again against the LA Lakers and beating the Lakers 112-105. The Nuggets are up 3-0 on the Los Angeles Lakers, and boy, are they struggling right now. LeBron, while he's still getting things done, he just doesn't seem to have the. I won't say he doesn't have the ability, because he definitely has that. I don't know if age is catching up with him, if it's just a lack of, I don't want to say fire, but just, he's been there so many times. He's done this so many times. Sometimes it's harder when you've done it so much for so long to kind of get yourself up for these type of games. LeBron has never been one to take over a game, but you have Anthony Davis there who should be able to take over the game. So I would see LeBron maybe kind of feeding and trying to find ways to help Anthony Davis take over the game, if that's what needs to be done. But like I said, I've never seen that killer attitude, is what I like to call it. I've never seen that killer attitude that Michael Jordan had back in the day, and LeBron. I've just never seen it. It's just never been there. The only other players I could say that I've truly seen that with, that killer attitude, Kobe Bryant was one of them. There's not too many that have had that kill at all costs win mentality in sports. And when I say kill, I don't literally mean kill somebody. I mean just the attitude to go out and say, hey, you know what, I'm going to take over this game. And they go out and they take over the game. And there's not a person on the court that can stop them. And like I said, Kobe had that. Jordan had that. And I'm going to be honest with you. And, some people may knock me for saying this, but I don't see any players that we have in the NBA that have that killer attitude that those guys did. There's some that maybe come close. Maybe get almost there. But in my personal opinion, there is nobody in the NBA that has that killer instinct and that killer attitude the way Jordan and Kobe did. Maybe see it again in another time, another era, another couple years, maybe the next year's draft. Yeah, maybe. But I think part of it too is now it's a different NBA, right? Guys want to be friends with each other. Back in Jordan's NBA, and even when Kobe first came into the NBA, I mean, guys hated each other. Like, those guys on those Bulls teams, they hated those guys on the Pistons teams. They hated those guys on those Pacers teams. These guys did not like each other off the court. And there's something to be said of the fire that comes from when you get on the court and you're playing somebody and you just don't like them, right? You respect their game, but you just don't like them. We saw a little bit of that with the Celtics and the Lakers back in their heyday in the early 80s, the Bird Magic rivalry. We saw that, those guys hated each other. They didn't want their names said in the presence of the other person's name. How dare you mention Magic with Bird? How dare you mention Bird with Magic? We just don't have that today. We don't have those players that have that killer instinct that just can take over the game and kind of shut everybody down and just use their willpower to just change everything in it. And that's not to say anything bad about any of these players that are currently in the NBA now. I'm not trying to say it as a knock to them. It's a different time. It's a different mentality. I think especially in a lot of sports, you even see that you're seeing a little bit more in your NFL, but part of that is because the way that they've changed the rules and things like that for player safety, which is it's fine. We need to worry about player safety. I mean, when you get in the NFL and you got two 300-pound men running at full speed, colliding with each other. It's like being in a car crash. So, we definitely want to take player safety and things like that into account. But, like I say, it's just a different time, a different era, different thought process between players from those days and players today. So, like I said, it's going to be fun. Triple header tonight. We've got a triple header tomorrow on TNT. So tomorrow, 1 o'clock, Cleveland Cavaliers and the Orlando Magic go at it again down in Orlando. Cavs have a 2-1 lead in that series. That'll be 1 o'clock tomorrow on TNT and also on Bally Sports Ohio. Then at 3:30, The Oklahoma City Thunder will take on the New Orleans Pelicans on TNT, and that'll also be on Bally Sports New Orleans. For those of you not in the that have cable or TNT, but you maybe get the Bally Sports channels, Bally Sports New Orleans and Bally Sports Oklahoma. They will have the Oklahoma City New Orleans Pelicans game, and that'll be at 3:30 on TNT nationally. Then you move 6 o'clock TNT nationally. We got the Boston Celtics and the Miami Heat. Number 1 versus number 8. Boston's number 1, Miami's number 8. You wouldn't be able to tell by the way this series has gone. It's tied 1-1. This is going to be a pivotal series here. Boston, they're coming down into Miami. They need to take this game after, Miami just shot the lights out on them in Game 2 up in Boston and defeated them 111-101. So Boston definitely, if they want to get back on the right track here. That's a 6 p.m. game on TNT. And you can see that, on NBC South or Bally Sports. Bally Sports will have that in the Miami-Boston region. And then, of course, to end the night, we come to the Nuggets-Lakers. This will be an 8:30 tip-off, nationally televised on ABC. You're going to have Denver, the number 2 seed, against LA Lakers, the number 7 seed. And like I said, the Nuggets are up 3-0. Good chance they sweep here. Depends on if the Lakers decide to wake up from this funk that they've been in. I can tell you right now, Jerry Buss would not be happy with the performance that he's seen so far if he were still around. He would definitely not be happy with that. So the Lakers, they got some work to do. What can we say about Nikola Jokic? The guy's he just continues to dominate the NBA. This guy's a triple-double machine. It's not too often that you see a center of his size that can pass the ball and rebound and score the way he does. But his passing is just phenomenal. They use him almost like a point center. So there's times that they'll let him set up the plays and things like that. And so definitely one to watch for there with the Denver Nuggets. Like I said, 3-0 in that series. That's an 8:30 tip-off on ABC tomorrow night. That's tomorrow night. 4 games tomorrow, 3 games tonight. It's going to be a wild week of NBA basketball, NFL draft. We got rounds 2 and 3 tonight. Tomorrow we got rounds 4 through 7. So it's going to be huge. And then when we're talking about draft and we're talking about playoffs and we're talking about sports in general, WWE, since they were sold by Vince McMahon and have been brought into the fold of TKO Holdings or TKO Sports Holdings, TKO now owns UFC and WWE. And so starting tonight on SmackDown, they start the draft tonight on WWE. So they're going to have three-day draft. We've got SmackDown tonight having their draft. Monday we're going to have Monday Night Raw's draft. The only ones that aren't eligible to be drafted in this are the champions from each brand. However, the women's tag team champions will be eligible to be drafted. It's going to be great. There's over 50 superstars on each day that are eligible to be drafted for each show, including NXT superstars. So you may see one of your favorite NXT wrestlers move over to either SmackDown or Raw. So, and wrestling's got a big push. They just had WrestleMania 40. WrestleMania 40 saw a reemergence of The Undertaker coming out and helping Cody Rhodes by choke slamming The Rock and helping Cody Rhodes win that title against Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is now currently taking a break from WWE. Current information that we have is he's going to be out for a few months. So we'll see where the bloodline goes and how things progress as we move forward in the WWE. But definitely, there is not a shortage of sports to watch this weekend. My goodness, we've got sports everywhere. And if you're not a football fan, you're not a basketball fan, you're not a wrestling fan, there's baseball to watch this weekend. Your Cleveland Guardians have the best record in baseball. Pirates started off hot. They've cooled off. They're a 500 team now. But your Guardians, they've had some surprise pitching. They've had some surprise hitting. And then they have some hitting that hasn't been a surprise. Guys that we expect to kind of do their thing have come through for them, and it's been really good. So, definitely not a shortage of sports this weekend. All kinds of sports for you to check out, whether you're an NBA fan, NFL fan, MLB fan, WWE fan, UFC fan, whatever fan you might be. There's definitely an abundance of sports this weekend for you to go and check out. So make sure you check out some of the sports this weekend. And, yeah. So, it's been
Yes. Red, early, middle.
It's been...
We want to thank you on behalf of Choffin Career Technical Center for visiting with us on our first Market Day event. We hope that you had a pleasant and informative and educational experience. And we look forward to having you in our program in a few years.
All righty.
52 is out there ready for your boarding. Board now.
All right. So, we've been on most of the day today. We took a couple breaks here, a couple short breaks for beverages and stretching and things like that, and took a short lunch break so the students could eat. We've had a few guests here. We've had some students on. This has been a wild and crazy day here at Market Day, Choffin Career and Technical Center. If you haven't been out yet, come on out. We've only got about an hour and a half left for you to come visit us. Come out here and check out all the programs that we have to offer here at Choffin. There's quite a bit of stuff for you to do out here. You bring some of the kiddos out, future scholars, let them come out and see what we have to offer. Be a good choice for them one day. Come out and pick up a good skilled trade, good career, something that they can actually make a living off of. So definitely come out here, Choffin Market Day, 200 Eastwood Street, downtown Youngstown, Ohio, in the Choffin Career and Technical Center. We're in the main commons. You guys can't see it from here, but we've got just an abundance of people here. We've got early childhood education, we've got medical, we've got graphic design, we've got culinary, we've got quite a bit of programs here. There's something for everybody here, so please come on down here to Choffin Career and Technical Center. Check us out. Public safety, we've got them outside. They've got their ambulances and fire trucks and it's police cars. It's just a great old time. So come on out.
Busy here, man.
It's crazy. It's mad. You can see, look, she's rolling away. She's going to go do some dental surgery. What are we doing? We fixing some cavities over there or what? I think they're fixing cavities. But anyways, a lot of good things to do down here at Choffin. So come on down, check us out, see what we've got. We've been streaming for 4 hours now. We plan on going all the way to the end. We don't stop, we don't quit. So none other than my podcast partner, Johnny Ciccatelli's back. So Johnny, I kind of, while you were gone, I went through my draft. I finished 20 through the end. Wasn't too many surprise picks at the end. It was more the beginning of the draft.
Oh man.
Beginning of the draft was nuts.
You know what's funny? I admittedly, kind of have not really watched the NFL a lot lately.
Okay.
Last few years. I grew up a Giants fan here in Youngstown, which is odd, right?
Yeah.
But it's because I was a Yankees fan, baseball, watched with my dad, and when it came to football, I just switched from New York to New York and just started rooting for the Giants. But we picked up a good receiver.
Yeah, Neighbors.
From LSU, Malik
Yep.
Neighbors.
Yep.
My father-in-law is in town, and he's a huge Jacksonville Jaguars fan.
Oh, okay.
He was pretty disappointed with how the draft went on day one.
Was he one of those fans that screams at the TV? What
No,
are you doing?
no,
You idiots.
He's a real quiet guy, but he was telling me the Jaguars just let their best receiver go to the Titans, which
Yeah.
is their rival.
Yeah.
And he ended up. He said, "Well, what I hope they do is trade up and get a good receiver in the first one of the top receivers." He was looking for like either Neighbors or Roma Odunze, I think is his name.
Roma Dunze.
So once he saw the Titans then grabbed, who the Titans grabbed? Was it Odunze or was it?
No, Dunze Harrison.
Oh,
went
he wanted
for-
Harris. He wanted Harrison.
Yeah, they were
Jr.
never going to get Harrison
from the
because
Buckeyes.
I don't think Arizona was ever going to trade out of there because you got to remember they lost DeAndre Hopkins the year before, and then they lost Marquise Hollywood Brown, who went to Kansas City, so they were in need of a receiver. And then your Giants there with Malik Neighbors, that was a pretty good pickup for them. They needed some help.
The only thing is, the problem with that is, who's going to throw it to him?
Yeah. Well,
Who's going to throw it to Malik Neighbors?
I get that a lot.
Danny DeVito?
Hey, well,
Joe DeVito, I mean, whatever.
No, it's Tommy DeVito.
Tommy DeVito. Whatever.
What they gave him a nickname over there, didn't they?
I forget.
He's got a nickname because
He'll be out.
he's got his own pasta sauce and everything over there.
Come on. He's not going to be the guy. He's not the guy.
No, I
And
think
Daniel Jones, I thought we were done with Daniel Jones,
Well-
but I guess now they're going to stick with him. I'm like, what?
Well, so there's a couple reasons why they're probably sticking with Daniel Jones. One is for the cap number, right? Because I think there's a cap issue involved there, where if they cut him, they have to pay him anyway. So if we got to pay him anyways, why not just play him one more year?
Yeah.
And then at least this way, if they're like, hey, if we stink, we'll get another top pick, then we go get our quarterback next year. That's maybe the thought process there. I don't know. But like some of these picks, like I'll tell you the pick that kind of, I understand why they picked what they picked.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I scratch my head and go, really? Was the Atlanta Falcons pick when they picked Michael Penix after they just signed Kirk Cousins to a $100 million deal? I'm like, what are you doing here?
I watched a fan reaction video to that pick, which was just hilarious. This poor kid. You ripped off his jersey, threw it down, and he started screaming. He's
Well, what's funny about it is, like 10 minutes after that, you go online and there was a picture of the Atlanta Falcons GM explaining to the Atlanta Falcons owner why they just drafted Michael Penix at number 8. And even the owner, and the owner's name was Arthur Blank, right?
yeah.
So he had a blank stare on his face when they picked this guy. He was like, what's going on?
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's just because of his old age or just
why
he
did we
just didn't know what
spend all
was
this
going
money
on.
on
Yeah,
Cousins?
right.
Yeah.
But I kind of get it too with Cousins because he's coming off a season-ending knee injury, right? So you don't know what you're going to get out of him. What happens if he comes out and he blows his leg out again on the first play of the play he comes out? Well, and then you didn't draft a Michael Penix, then what are you stuck with, right?
Yeah.
So
I don't know. Like I said,
I get it, but at the same time, it's a head scratcher.
as far as the NFL, I've been a little bit too busy with all the stuff we're doing. Haven't really been able to focus on the NFL much anymore, and which is good because my team's in the dumps. and then to make it even worse, they let their star player, the running back Saquon Barkley, go to the division rival Eagles.
Yeah.
And so what do? They draft a receiver, a 6 foot receiver.
Then him and Tiki Barber got into it.
Yeah.
Did you see that on social media?
It's ridiculous.
Oh, they got into it.
So all I know is it's the NFL is not my cup of tea really anymore. So I watch the Buckeyes. I'm for the Buckeyes, and that's kind of it, man.
Buckeyes are going to have a challenge this year.
I'm still a baseball guy myself.
You know that
Buckeyes, yeah.
in football.
Oh yeah.
But you've got the schools from the
I
Pac-10.
just got rid of Harrison, and it's
And you got schools from the Pac-10 coming into the Big
another thing. I
Ten.
got rid of him. He just moved up, but yeah, I think they'll be okay in the Michigan's. They were best team in football this year, but I don't know. I
They've
still
lost.
root for the Buckeyes. No matter what, I'll root for the Buckeyes always, and go Bucks. So
Absolutely.
listen, enough for football. I gotta get out of here real quick, but I just wanted to say, Choffin Career Technical Center, you guys are amazing. Great equipment, great stuff that you have, great programs, great students. We actually have an intern that we work with that was a former Choffin student.
Yeah.
Omar Fraser. He's, great guy, and just, a great product from Choffin, Career Technical Center. He's actually right now getting his degree from Cleveland State, and he comes in and interns with us on his other days. So, big shout out to Choffin, big shout out to Omar, and look, we're gonna be making a mob movie within the next year. We mentioned earlier that we shot a few documentaries recently, but now we're moving on to a scripted mob film. Working on that right now. Can't wait. We're gonna get the students involved with that. That's gonna be amazing. So that'll be for during the next school year, I imagine. Lots of stuff on the horizon.
Yeah, I got the app hopefully coming out here this
We're
summer.
in the final beta testing for our app, for our Youngstown Mob
I've been going
Tour.
through looking at some of that. I'll make some notes. I haven't seen anything yet in the first little bit I've done, but
So yeah, that's coming along. But just lots of stuff going on, guys, and we're doing it in Youngstown. That's the other thing too. We're not doing this stuff in Cleveland, Pittsburgh, L.A., New York. No, we're doing it in Youngstown.
Yeah.
Because you can do things like that now. Back in the day, there might not have been the equipment, or the cost might have been too high, or whatever.
Right.
Today, with the way technology is, you can really do anything you want to do in media world. As long as you learn and you come in with a great attitude and everything like that, and that's why it's very important these kids come into Choffin, because you get that real world experience. It's really going to be happening here in Youngstown, and we're making it happen. And I thank you for letting me be a part of this. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're more than welcome. We've done a lot of stuff together, and it's been an amazing journey from when him and I first met. When I started at 27 News, WKBN, I was a 41-year-old college graduate, 42-year-old college graduate. Went back to school late, got my master's degree late, kind of got into the game. He was already producing Crooked City. And, that idea of just starting the Facebook group turned into where we're at now.
Yeah.
I couldn't be more thankful, to the man upstairs for giving me the idea. But it's been great. I can't wait to see what the future holds. And like you said, we're doing it right here in Youngstown, Ohio. I'd be damned if we have to go to a big city to do it. We can do it right here.
Yeah.
And that's just, I think that speaks to the type of people that are here in the Valley, right? That speaks to the type of work ethic that's ingrained in people from the Valley.
Yeah.
It's just something about us, right? We've got that never give up grind. We hit a roadblock, we find our way through it, over it, or around it.
That's right.
And it's like I say, it's been a pleasure of mine to work with you these past few years and everything that we've done.
Likewise.
I just, how they say some things were meant to be.
Yeah.
This was meant to be. And we're starting to bring these students into what we're doing and shaping, at least trying to help shape the future of what it could look like in the Mahoning Valley to have movie productions and top-notch podcasts and all the other little things that we're trying to do, the Organized Crime Research Center, and just building up this area to what we know it can be.
Yeah, and when I came back of 2017-ish, around there, after over a decade out in LA, and my goal was to make a movie, and didn't have any money. I said, you know what? I'm gonna make a movie. My goal was to make a movie, and streaming was just kind of kicking off, right?
Right.
We're gonna make a movie, and we're gonna get it out there, and put together a project. Small crew, no money involved, very little money. And we made a movie. We made a movie called Worst Christmas Ever, and it's on today. It is still streaming. It's 2024. This movie came out in 2020. It is still streaming on Peacock, on Tubi, on you can get it on Amazon. there's so many channels. I mean, Redbox, all these. There's literally like 12 or so channels that you can find it on. Roku. It was great. It was such a fun experience, and we put it together so quick. It was a real small indie film, dark comedy, kind of a quirky comedy, but the goal was just to get it out there, to make a movie, to get it out there. Now we know we can do it. We said, wow, okay, they bought it, right?
Right.
So now the goal is to make a great movie. I'll be honest. The goal was that with the other movie, the level of is it great, good, bad, we didn't care.
Right.
It was just we're going to make
We're gonna make one and get it out there.
to show that we can do it.
Right.
Now we showed we can do it. Now it's okay. Now let's put a real great story together and let's do a great movie.
Absolutely.
And that's where this Youngstown Mob movie comes in. So we're working on it, and that'll come out. First we got to get these documentaries done that we're doing. As soon as those are out, the next step is the Mob movie. So we'll get there. But I got to get out of here, Jim. It was great to see you.
It was nice seeing you again, Johnny.
All right,
Thank you once again. And if you haven't seen his movie, make sure you go see it. This guy needs to make a few bucks. I mean,
You don't got to go anywhere. It's on your TV.
It's right on your TV. Just watch it.
Hey, I won't be offended if you don't like it. Like I said, it's a dark comedy, teenage kind of humor. We went out and made like a little crazy teenage movie, worst Christmas ever. But next one though is going to be for the adults.
Yeah.
And it's really is a great story. It's a Youngstown Mob story, a true story. And I got another documentary out there as well if you want to check it out. It's called Youngstown Still Standing. That one I'm very, very proud of. People love it. It's Youngstown Still Standing, the sports, steel, and the mafia. And that's out there right now on you can find that on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Amazing Podcast Company, or you can rent it on Amazon. So check that out, Youngstown Still Standing.
Make sure you go to the YouTube channel and subscribe. This way you can get a notification every time a new episode drops and you won't miss anything. Because if you haven't subscribed yet, you've missed 61 episodes of Youngstown Mob Talk and counting.
And 6 episodes of the Vice Squad podcast.
And of course the documentary and the feature film.
And there's so much great old features that we have on there. There's like a 2020 from the early 80s on Youngstown, on the mob in Youngstown. There's a Nightline where Jim Trafficant squares off with Ted Koppel.
Yeah.
Great stuff on there, guys. So check out that YouTube channel. He's right.
And Johnny, once again, thanks for coming out. Appreciate you coming out today. I know you got things to do. And we will see you, next week?
See you next week.
So enjoy your weekend.
All right, brother.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks.
Take care. Once again, that was my podcast partner, Johnny Ciccatelli, coming out and spending some time with us to talk a little Youngstown Mob, a little movie, Youngstown movie history. Can't thank him enough for coming out. We appreciate it. So, but hey, we're getting close to the end here. It's 12:40. We're gonna be out of here about 2:00. Hey, did you need something from upstairs? Huh? The hell did I do with my keys? Oh, my man.
Here, somebody come join Mr. Davis for the last hour. There you go.
Sorry, I gotta help somebody out here. My door 5.
You got a student gonna sit with you.
Oh, Brian's gonna come back in. All right, come on, Brian.
Hello, friends.
What's up, Brian? Welcome back. We had Brian here with us earlier. We talked, we talked movies. We talked some WWE.
Future.
We talked a little bit of sports. Man, we kind of talked a little bit about everything, didn't we?
Yeah.
So, what's your thoughts on Market Day here today? Tell us your thoughts.
Market Day here so far. Yeah, I see some new things like the gaming, and it's really interesting to see all different stuff like early childhood and face painting.
Kind of give you a chance to see the stuff you don't normally see every day when you're coming to school, right?
Yeah.
And Yeah. Well, see, so that's the thing. It's gonna, uh, for you that are juniors, right? This is kind of a new thing for you. It's actually kind of new for us because this is the first time we've had this type of a market day where it's been this big. And I think so far it's been a pretty huge success. Um, and for those of you that have not watched the live stream or what have you, this will be up later for everybody to watch. So you'll be able to watch it after the fact.
You guys give out really good information.
Yeah.
Sports and different types of genres.
Well, and that's the challenge when it's not like with Johnny here and we do our mob talk shows. We kind of have those I wouldn't say scripted out because we really don't script them, but we kind of do our research. We put our points in an order that we want to talk about it and what points we want to hit. So we kind of have that idea. So we kind of know how that's going to roll. With this here, I just printed up some stuff and said, all right, we're going to wing it. And, sometimes when you say, oh, we're going to wing it, right, bad things can happen. We took a few breaks that we've taken, things like that. But for the most part, I think it's been a success. We've covered a wide variety of topics. We've covered them a few times. I've covered NBA quite a few times. I've covered the whole draft here once. We covered some team needs in the NFL. Which we can go a little deeper into those. So that's, we have some more stuff we could talk about there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to step out for 5 minutes because I need to take a restroom break and take a drink break.
Okay.
Gary, do you want to step in here? And you guys can maybe talk a little bit. I got some football stuff here. And you guys can talk football for a few minutes. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, you guys have that.
Can you pass me my hat? Can you pass me my hat?
You really like that firefighter Choffin hat.
Are you ready?
Yeah. So, what do you know about NFL?
The NFL?
What we can see about it?
I mostly know about my team. My favorite team is the 49ers. What is your favorite team?
I'm not really an NFL person, but if it was, it'll probably be like if it was like a college football team, it would be the Buckeyes.
A college? I like Ohio State.
Me too.
We should have been Michigan. We should have beat Michigan this year, but CJ Stroud.
Did you have high doubts that the 49ers were actually going to beat
Yeah, I actually thought we was gonna win this year, but
Kansas?
unfortunately we didn't win. I cried. I ain't gonna lie. I cried.
Like no bad talk though. I thought like Kansas actually had the chance to beat the 49ers.
Who?
I thought like I knew Kansas had a chance to beat the 49ers this year.
Yeah.
And they did fair and square, but 49ers can catch up on the
Fair and
next
square, fair and square. I don't think fair and square because they was holding the whole game. Their lineman was holding the whole game. We didn't get no calls. They low-key cheated us. That's all
I didn't watch the game, so
They cheated. They cheated. They was holding the whole game. They was holding Nick Bosa. That's it. They was holding Nick Bosa. They was holding him the whole game. And it's real evidence. There's evidence of them holding multiple times. Multiple.
Reach into the other pocket over there. So I make my keys everywhere.
Okay.
So what other football teams you like?
I like the Titans. I used to play for the Titans Little League on the east side, but when I was like 10. That's pretty much it. And we go on. Any other topics you want to talk about?
Uh, what do you think about Market Day so far?
Who?
What do you think about Market Day so far?
Market Day. It's a little vibe. It's cool. It was a cool day today. You know, I got a poster. I got my hat. Obviously, I got some posters. And we ate some Chick-fil-A earlier. That was good. But I ain't really eat too much.
I didn't
Stomach
really
was
eat
hurting.
too much anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say something for later after that. Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. Most def. But
Yeah. So, what do you plan on doing for the future after high school?
after high school, to be honest, the first year I'm probably just gonna chill and focus on myself, you know. And then after that, I'm probably gonna try to work on my YouTube channel, on my streaming. As that build up, I'ma obviously get a job so I could get some equipment. Yeah, yeah.
I want to start my own podcast.
You know, podcast. What's your podcast name gonna be?
The Vengeance Podcast.
The Vintage Podcast. What y'all gonna talk about?
I mostly talk about like roller coasters or like support
Like fun stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So music parts and all that.
Yeah, maybe. It depends what comes on to my mind.
Yeah. So you basically talking about a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
A little bit of everything. See, when I make my YouTube channel, I'm gonna try to like make everything is real. I'm gonna make everything is real. If it's like, I'm not trying to, fake pranks or nothing. I'm gonna actually put in the time, and do real stuff. You know, most of the YouTubers nowadays they fake, but they earn their money. So
I don't feel bad for the ones that get famous off of TikTok.
yeah,
Like,
cause ain't they banned?
I don't think it's banned yet. But like people like Charlie D'Amelio or
Yeah, they gonna
yeah,
have to switch over and gain more fans.
because that's basically how she got her stuff going.
Yeah, all those dances.
Hmm.
I've never seen her on my foodie page, not once.
I've seen Charlie D'Amelio like sometimes on social media.
Mm-mm,
Like, she's huge on
I ain't never
TikTok.
seen her a day in my life.
Yeah. Yeah, but she's huge on TikTok. And I don't know what she's gonna do after when it gets banned. Millions of followers to 0.
So how you liking Market Day?
I think that's alright.
So what's your favorite thing about Market Day?
Huh?
What's your favorite thing about Market Day?
Just favorite day about marketing day is the Chick-fil-A was good.
Yeah.
And mostly just talk to people and see other things
Yeah.
that you wouldn't see in any other else. But yeah.
Yeah, my favorite part about Market Day was really just, talking and chilling with my friends or my brothers. Yeah, but then I got my posters. Those was $1 each. Most of the stuff is cheap. They try to give me for a cutting board. The cutting board was $20.
$20.
Yeah, $20 for a cutting board. But they showed us on Amazon. It was like $48. So they basically cut the price half down and made it 20.
Oh, I thought you could find a cheaper one on Walmart.
Yeah. I could find one for like $5. But they said they made it, so
It was like $20 and $48 on Amazon. Amazon sometimes try to rip us off
no.
with their face. They be having some fake YouTube merch and
Yeah, it be fake. You gotta like check for the details and stuff. Like you gotta really look at it.
I was just like, is this Because I was like looking at swords. I always like looking at swords. I always look on eBay, Amazon, mostly Amazon.
Yeah, one time I thought I was buying a gaming chair, but it was just the cover to the gaming chair, and I got the cover, and I was mad. I spent like it was like $50.
$50 just for the cover. You was like, where's the rest of the chair?
Yeah, like I was like, where the rest of my chair at? But I went to go look back, and it was just a cover.
Dang. Yeah, I was like read the entire thing to see if it's the chair or just the cover itself.
So how you like it here at Choffin? How you like this year so far?
In the beginning, it was nervous,
Yeah, I was nervous too.
but as I got used to as the year went on,
Yeah.
it's been great.
Yeah. So what's your favorite thing that we did in class?
Favorite thing, what we did. I think the favorite thing is. Well, I can't remember since we did a lot.
Yeah, we
I
did
know
do a lot this
we
year.
did. I know we did a lot of movies
Yeah.
this year. I think the hardest one was editing,
Yeah.
which I'm gonna have to give movies too. But it was mostly just getting like used to be in front of the camera
Yeah.
because I'm not used to showing my face.
Yeah, because we're going to have to get used to getting in the camera next year.
Yeah. If we want to do this podcast, then
Yeah. I still gotta make my opening and my outro. Yeah.
yeah, I already got my opening done. It's just the outro that's gonna take some time. Cause like I found a good one, but then it had cuss words in it,
Yeah.
and I was mad.
You gotta keep looking.
And like some of the it would be mostly intros on penciling.
Yeah. My
So-
favorite thing about this year, it would be helping with the back room, the little podcast room area. When we help put the things up and stuff. That was good.
Because in the beginning it was.
And then the movies. My favorite movie that we watched was the Bob Marley movie. I liked that movie a lot.
I like the Redemption song. I love listening
Yeah.
to the Redemption song.
So what was your favorite movie that we watched here?
That what was that movie called? It was made. Dang, I forgot.
Was it old?
It was that at the restaurant, that really old restaurant with the old fashioned cars.
Yeah. I know what you're talking
The
about.
American. Yeah, it was the American something.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good movie, but I got here late that day, so I didn't get to really watch it.
The movie that disgusted me the most was Saw.
Saw?
Yeah, the new one. Especially the beginner.
Yeah. I can't do a lot of movies with a lot of blood in it.
Cause I saw
Yeah.
your face. Your face looked good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do none of that.
Even though I saw it like twice now, but good lord.
Yeah.
I know when it comes to Saw, it's already going to be over.
So who do you think gonna be in the playoffs this year for the NFL?
No, like I really barely watch football, so I don't know who's made it further. But if I could guess like some of the good teams, like Miami Dolphins have won. If Tom Brady was still on the Patriots, I would have said that. But now he on the Buccaneers.
Nah, he retired.
Oh, he retired?
Yeah.
Didn't Tom Brady unretire that one time and then he retired again?
He retired. Yeah. He might unretire again.
That dude going back and forth.
Yeah. But
Because I was saying to myself, can he pick up his knot?
yeah,
Like retire or not retire?
he came back to beat Patrick Mahomes. I watched that Super Bowl. I was so happy.
What's that one basketball player's name from? He's on the Miami Heat. Jimmy.
Butler.
Yeah.
They call him Jimmy Buckets. Because Jimmy Buckets.
Scoring the threes.
For me, who I think gonna be in the playoffs? First of all, my team gonna be number one for the NFC. the 49ers. Then I think for the NFC, I think the Rams gonna get in there. I think who else? Who else? I don't think Arizona gonna be that good this year, even though they just got Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Jr. Even though, yeah, but their quarterback kind of iffy. He be leaving and coming back. He back and forth really, to be honest. But uh, yeah, the 49ers gonna be one.
The Broncos
Then
haven't won.
I think it's gonna be
When was the last time the Broncos ever won something?
like I think that was like they won in like 2015. I think it was 2015 they won the Super Bowl.
And they just
Yeah,
been down since.
yeah, yeah. Peyton Manning.
Dang.
They had Peyton Manning there. They had Peyton Manning, Von Miller on defense, Thomas. I don't know who else because I didn't really watch football back then.
The Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, that's that's our Ohio team, right?
Yeah. But yeah, about the Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers. I think the Green Bay Packers have a very bright future, to be honest. Even though they messed up last year, they messed up last year. They was
They was a good team when they won, and they were like the team to win the first Super Bowl ever.
yeah. The Super Bowl, the Lombardi Trophy is named after their coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, after they coach, it's named after their coach.
Oh.
Yeah. Do you know that the 49ers owner is from Youngstown?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Naples told me.
Yeah, Mr. Naples told me that too.
I didn't know that until you said it.
Yeah. It blew my mind. I'm like, what? From here? It's crazy.
If you still lived here, you could probably go visit the coach.
Yeah.
Entire day. Movies. What movies do you want to see?
Movies I want to see. I want to see the new Joker that's coming out. I don't know what else, to be honest.
I think the movies I've seen like so far was Abigail.
Abigail.
And I haven't seen Sting yet. I seen the trailer for it.
So,
I'm not really an action fan kind of movie. Like Abigail, that was alright. Sting, I'm not a fan of spiders.
Sting?
Yeah, Sting.
It's about spiders?
Yeah, you see it. Okay.
It's a big spider?
It's about this Black Widow. And I'm not gonna try to spoil it, but I'm just trying to say.
No, spoil it, because I ain't going to watch it.
Uh,
Because I ain't going to watch it. I don't do spiders.
I don't do spiders.
I don't do spiders.
But
I ain't going to watch it.
my mom said she watched it, and she said it was alright. Yeah, but it's about this Black Widow that apparently grows bigger each time. So it was like small at first,
Yes.
but ever since
So
it,
what makes it grow?
I really don't know because
Is it like fear or something?
it was some little girl that she dropped something in it and then it made it grow. I don't know what it was, but it was some little growing potion. So after that, once the spider grew bigger, they couldn't find it, and honestly, it left the cage.
Yeah.
So when they found it in the sewers,
Where they find it at?
well, they first found it in the vents,
Yes.
and that's when the little girl was crawling into the vents. So she had to back up, and then I'm pretty sure somewhere at the end, it jumps out. It jumps at one of the people, and that's where like,
No. Mm-mm.
If the spider's on me, I am going to scream.
So what's your top 5 movies that you watch?
I like watching Medea. I also like watching when I was a little kid, Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Yes.
I also liked watching Vacation, and I think I put Abigail as number 4.
What's your last one?
The last one would be, well, at the very bottom would be the Barbie movie because, like, it was good, but it was
It was mid.
just lame.
Man, I feel like my top 5 movies is I like Beetlejuice. I like Bad Boys. I like Boys in the Hood. I like what else? I like Chucky and I like Scream.
Oh, actually, instead of placing Barbie, I should put Megan because I like Megan.
Megan? What is Megan about?
Megan is about Megan's like a robot. So it's like this little girl, her name is Katie, and then her parents died in like a car crash. So I don't know if it was her aunt that took her over, but yeah, she basically had to live with her, and then she created this human robot named Megan, and then Megan was all sweet and games. It says she killed people without other people knowing.
So she killed people.
But the person who was actually playing Megan was actually a little girl.
So it was a real person that was playing Megan. And
Yeah,
not a
it was just like a mask.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I watched it behind the scenes,
Oh, snap.
and yeah. I think that's all for movies.
Yeah. What's her name?
Huh?
What's her name?
Her name? Danya.
Can you call her? Call her.
Danya. Want to come up next?
Oh, it's
Welcome
like,
to live stream, Danya.
oh.
Ready? So. What's going on over there? But
These movies
uh-huh.
that is coming out this year.
Well, some of them are already out.
Um,
But let's talk about.
I wanna watch.
I see you. It's a good hit.
You have?
Yeah.
Wait, did it come out?
I watched it on the Fire Stick.
Uh-huh.
All right. So, what should we talk about?
Huh?
Should,
I don't know. Okay.
what should we talk about?
Testing.
Our everyday life,
How's life?
or should we talk about?
Huh?
All right, everybody.
Right.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for everything you've done today.
Yeah.
I think that is a wrap. I don't see any community partners in here anymore.
My hair looks black on here.
But thank you, teachers, students, staff. Thank you all for
All right,
today. This is the main
So,
showcase of
what do
all
you
the
think
videos.
about
So
Choffin?
thank you,
What I think about soccer?
Yeah, this whole year.
Yeah, the whole year has been good. I mean, yeah, the beginning was nerve-wracking. You know, I didn't know what to do. But I think the main fear that we got used to the most was
Normal time for students.
getting over our fears being in front of the camera,
I
which
still-
is what we're doing right now.
No, remember when we did the presentation thing? You could hear the nervousness in my voice, and I couldn't even like sound out words.
Because, like, if y'all didn't know, me and my friend Danya, we did a little podcast about breakfast. Was it breakfast, something like that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I was a little nervous and excited at that time.
Good choice.
But at the same time,
It's a nice, different kind of a day.
it was okay.
I'm tired.
And then Monday.
Yeah, I am tired too. We just had to Chick-fil-A, so we're tired now. All right,
But
the friend is
yeah.
passed out. We're going to wake her up in a minute.
Right. That's where I want to be right now.
Uh-huh.
But I want to see this. I told. Wait. You know the one with tarot? You know tarot cards?
Yeah.
there's a movie, a horror movie on tarot cards that's about to come out. But I don't know if it's
I
on.
hate when they be doing them the nice child shows back then, and they turn into a movie like Winnie the Pooh. Now you got what was it, Mickey Mouse?
Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse.
Um,
They turned that into a horror, and
I'll look. My
I
camera
was
looks
surprised that
flat.
Chuck E. Cheese put their animatronics away.
They should make a Chuck E. Cheese movie, but then
But that
they'd
was
be like,
because,
"Oh, you're copying FNAF."
Chuck E. Cheese been out there way before.
Right? Has it? Yeah, it
And
has.
it didn't make sense to me because I was like, wow, FNAF really ruined Chuck E. Cheese reputation.
No, because I thought them two animatronics gonna come off stage and kill me, bro.
I was always scared to go by that
Right.
Chuck E. Cheese.
Only one person watching. I wonder who's watching. Wait, can we scroll? 4 hours?
Are you serious?
God dang. 4 hours. See?
4 hours.
Started streaming 4 hours.
Didn't Mr. Naples say it was gonna be 7 hours?
I don't know how long he gonna be here. But
I know we gonna leave at 2. That's it.
I wanna leave now. But
All right. What should we talk about next? What do you want to do in the future?
I I'm just watching myself on it. It's like not aligned with that. So I'm just like looking
that's
at myself.
what's going on now. This is what happens when it's recorded. Stuff.
Okay.
I get there's no one. I don't know how many people. How many people's on there?
What?
Never mind.
I wanna go sleep.
You know what's surprising? That one person is chatting.
Hello?
And there is one watching right now.
Hello?
Out of those 4 hours, only one person's watching. And that's this computer aligned with that.
Well, this is YouTube. That's YouTube. But
Once this gets uploaded, I'm watching this back.
me too. Plus, today was okay. It was fun. I wish I could have sold something, make some money, you know.
I wish I had money because I was dehydrated in the beginning. I so teachers, do you have any water? Not one had water. That's why I was excited for that Chick-fil-A and that lemonade. And that lemonade was good though. So, what's the next one?
But I'm excited for senior year, though. I'm excited.
What's your advice for those upcoming juniors?
Okay, none of my business. Not my business. But anyways,
What
advice for them?
for the
Okay.
upcoming juniors?
Don't be scared. You'll learn. It takes time, but you'll learn. I'm still, we're still young. We're still nervous. So
Like, we're nervous, but we kind of got used to it. It's just our
Right.
biggest fear was being in front of the camera, which is what we're doing right now.
right now it's just like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, it's like we are on here easily now. Like,
Right.
if I'm on here with like Mr. Naples, it will be okay. But I always have
Honestly,
like,
senior year, I kind of want to do the podcast. I want to do the podcast.
yeah, I'm
because
gonna start
I
my,
know there's seniors that do podcasts.
but I'm gonna start my Vengeance podcast.
Vengeance. Like, what are you going to talk about?
Just all types of stuff like freestyle.
My podcast, I would probably talk about, like, what's up, like, like, stuff that's coming up, what events and stuff is coming up and all that other stuff. Yada, yada, yada. But market day is probably going to be really fun next year because we probably get to do the podcast by ourselves.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know.
This is just for right now. This is like us just getting started with podcasts.
Right.
You know?
But
How's the hat holding up for you, Gary? Is it starting to hold?
where did you get a hat? No.
I forgot there was something nice
See
over
my
there.
friend. Who?
Yeah. Is it free?
Oh.
I should have got one earlier when we had the chance.
Let me take a picture. Wait. I forgot there's a screen on here.
Right.
Wait.
I thought you're doing it while we
Wait.
All right, everybody, that is a wrap. So you want to close us out? Go ahead and close us out.
Okay.
Bye. Adios.
He'll close it out.
I don't know. That's the end of Market Day podcast.
Yeah. That is the end of the 4-hour Market Day podcast stream. Hope you enjoyed. And we'll be back next year.
Next year, I guess.
Here with Mr. Naples and his podcast partner. But I'm Brian.
I'm Dania.
We out.
Bye.
At least we're trying to get used to the camera. So.
I'll jump on here real quick. All right, everybody. We finished up today on Market Day. I want to thank everybody who tuned in to watch us today. This will be up for live streaming on my own personal Facebook page later today. And you can also still catch it on Choffin Broadcasting's YouTube page. That's Choffin Broadcasting on YouTube. Just look us up. You'll find it. We've got the Belly Left Leadership Podcast by the Superintendent Jeremy Batchelor on there. We've got the In Progress Student Podcast that we did with the business class earlier this year. So make sure you check us out on there. That's choffinbroadcasting.com. I'm the instructor here at Choffin for the audio and video broadcasting class. My name is James Naples. I want to thank all my students who got up here and talked with you guys today. You know, it's hard for them sometimes to get up here and get in front of a camera and know that they're going to be live and people are going to be watching them. But kudos to them for doing that, getting out of their comfort zone. We've got a great class of students here at Choffin. So please, I urge everybody out there, check out Choffin Career and Technical Center. We've got a lot to offer. We've got some great programs here, programs you won't find anywhere else in the county. So make sure you check us out and come see us. And for everybody here at Choffin, I want to thank you for tuning into Market Day. I'm James Naples. Ciao.
That was a good